Welcome everybody to the Doom Championship Series event, Tournament of Doom. What do we call this? Worlds. I'm your host, Senior Doom, professional illustrator, tournament organizer, and person who didn't make Worlds for like many people. A lot of people will be saying the same thing next year with the new format. We are currently the second best tournament being played right now. I guess I personally say number one, but no, we'll say number two. Hopefully everyone is having a good night. Joining me tonight is a former podcast person, if you want to say that. Steuben, why don't you give yourself an introduction, promotion, all that good stuff.
Hello, everybody. My name is Steuben. My actual name is Steven. No, my name is not Ben. It's like the meme from SpongeBob where he's like, my name's not Rick. Yeah, my name's not Ben. So, but YouTuber, Twitcher, former podcaster, as Doom mentioned, streamer, whatever. I do a little bit of everything. I like a lot of card games, and some of the streams I do are degenerate, and I swear a lot, and I play other video games, and I rage. So it just depends on my mood and my vibes.
Like, I play Fortnite. I don't stream it, but I obviously get angry with it.
Oh yeah. So I'm ready for the new season for it, but I won't be able to dive in for a few days. So
I've already dove in. I'm already at like level 30 on the battle pass. I'm getting there.
Oh my god, you are a sweat.
I'm a sweat. I've got my KDR ratio up to like 8. Like I'm averaging about 8 kills a game, but the thing is, I'm not winning as many games as I should. But with that, let's go over to the metagame. This metagame is not Fortnite, so I mean I could sit here and talk Fortnite for a while if I wanted to. It's my stream.
That's right. It's your stream. You can do what you want to.
Sonny, I was going to ask you if you were going to redeem that. I think you're the number one redeemer of that.
Yeah, there's quite the variety tonight. Reggie Drago, Charizard, Ogerpon, and Iron Thorns. Iron Thorns coming in with 10 decks. Kind of a shocker, I guess. But at the same time, if we compare it to what we've seen with Worlds, it was the 5th deck on the graphics. So, I mean, like, people are seeing it and hopping on in and deciding to play.
No, thank you for gigantifying in the emote. 30 bits. Appreciate it. But yeah, currently it's what? 8 and 9, which is a little bit better than where it was, but not better, worse than it's been. We had the week where it was like 16-0 going to round 2.
Yeah, it's super matchup dependent, honestly. You have to hit the right matchups. If you hit some sort of rogue deck or whatever, though, you're probably going to have a bad time as Thorns. But if you hit Lugia, congratulations, you've won. Yeah,
I mean, look at the standings right now. Top 3 of the top 5. Or top 8 if you want to say that. Then you got 2 Snorlax stalls, which I have a cup tomorrow, and I almost honestly wanted to be that one degenerate player to bring Snorlax stall to like an 8-person cup. Be like, I can win this.
It's a valid deck, and as long as you don't hit the Charizards that are potentially playing like Pekka you're golden there. You're golden.
Yeah. And so, but I think I might be missing a few of the cards. I'm trying to remember. This one's playing Fire and just playing the Chi-Yu. Don't have the Chi-Yu. If you remove the Chi-Yu, the Heroescape. That's one I don't have.
I think the Heroescape's a very valid ace spec for this. It gives you a little bit more HP on everything. You don't have to worry about putting like Luxurious Cape on Mimikyu or Snorlax and giving up extra prize cards that way.
Yeah.
So, and also the fact too with the Ogerpon, you kind of have like 2 different walls between that and the Mimikyu, and so the Heroescape on the Ogerpon is actually really good.
Yeah, like I'm at least. Well, this is part of the reason why I'm playing Gardevoirs, because Gardevoir doesn't auto win it. You still have to work it, but you can still beat it. It was easier to beat with Mirage Step though, because you could load up your bench with Teleportation Burst, Mirage Step for 1, and then use or 2 technically, and then use Turos to pick up the one that was the other Mirage step, and then put down a 4th teleportation burst. So you were 4 teleportation bursts. It made it really difficult for them to do things. But that was an old format. This is this format. So
I mean, it's safe to play control here, unlike Worlds where ties basically punish you. Exactly. I'm curious. They haven't shown any graphic expanding past those top 5 decks. I would love to know the actual numbers at Worlds and how many like control archetypes are being played, but we don't have access to that information, unfortunately. Someone in chat in the Discord was asking, do we get points for this to the invitational? It's not really an invitational as much as a automatic day 2 invite to the Doom Worlds, but yes, every tournament of Doom and challenge of Doom or regional has points, and they each have their own point structure. So I know it's still newish. I need to make like a video or something explaining more of it at some point, but that takes time, efforts. Just outsource it. It's fine. That's what all the other companies do.
I thought about it. Like I thought about trying to find an editor or something.
Just make a slideshow, honestly, and then you could play it in between breaks on stream.
We break on stream?
Well, I mean, like, you know, sometimes in the heat of the moment, you have to go to the bathroom.
I just say chat, deal with it, and I run like I think it's like 10 feet to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Let's see any other interesting decks here. We got Cloth 1/1. Cloth coming back. Single one. So what do you think they'll do competitive with TCG Pocket, or do you think that will just be a online thing they'll just keep?
Well, we already know there's going to be friend battles to an extent, so it could be another pillar to the play Pokemon structure. I know there's a little bit that they've shown off at Worlds this week, but it just looks like people opening packs and sampling like light gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
But it has like that vibe of like the old EX era, like not these EXs, not black and white EXs. I'm talking like Ruby and Sapphire Gen 3 EX. It has those kind of vibes of like a little bit of simplicity, but also not too crazy. There's no powerful cards, it seems, that I've seen yet. Like one of the cards that was revealed was a Sabrina supporter, but your opponent decides the switch. So it's like playing Rhyme without drawing cards.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest fan of like dumbed down cards like that, but again, it's also for a different audience, and it's also an in-house project from TBC, so it might be better quality than live by leaps and bounds. And I could also see people asking for tournaments for it ran on Limitless, and I'm sure, of course, Robin and gang will probably comply and let it happen.
That is a possibility. Actually, you can check.
We could potentially see the baby Doom tournaments with TCG Pocket happen in the future.
Well, honestly, that is something I will do. I will actually probably stream it the day it launches, using Blue Sky.
Mm-hmm.
So I will probably start streaming like right off the bat. I'm interested in it. I want to see it. And like you're talking about like being easier EX era kind of thing, like going backwards. It kind of is. And like, you know what's going to happen with it is, it's not going to have the power creep we have now.
Yeah.
Easily go back and be like 60 HP, 70 HP, 100 HP Pokemon.
Yeah. I think some of the EXs have 120 HP and they're like capped out at 70 damage, which makes me think of like the old Scyther EX, the Sneasel, the Mewtwo from those early on Ruby and Sapphire sets before the EXs got good, like, you know, Manectric, the Evolutions, all the ones that are super popular in those 06 formats and so on and so forth. I think we're looking at like 2003 with somebody decided to build a deck, but they also ate a fistful of allergy medicine and they're a little bit drowsy.
That's how I go to bed every night. Fistful of allergy medicine. Mrs. Jim's like, where's all the Benadryl? No.
It sounds like it could be a metal song. Fistful of allergy.
I got a first full of allergy bonus. And then some hard driving double beats.
Oh man, yeah.
Right now, my youngest, he is on it. He has two types of songs he likes right now. He likes really like metal with like the double bass. So like Overkill by Motorhead's one of his favorite. Okay. And then he also likes gangster rap right now, with his favorite one being Still by Ghetto Boys.
Oh yeah. Oh, I love Ghetto Boys, man. Office Space, kind of like.
That's what we were watching Office Space, and they started doing the scene there with the printer, and he started like banging out. I'm like, okay. So I got in the car and I put it on. And he's like, yeah, I'm really getting into it. I'm like,
that song just does stuff to people, man. Like, you could use the meme of like everyone saying like when Journey comes on at the bar, all the white people go crazy. But if you put Ghetto Boys on, everybody acts up.
Die, mother, die. This is a slight no swear stream. Slight. Talking about printer, I got a printer behind me, and we moved our printer into my office because I use it like 99% of the time. So we moved it into there. I could just go kill it. If someone put down like $200, I would go kill my printer because that would buy me a new one.
Be a really good YouTube video.
It would. And the thing is, like, why are you saying $200? Because it's a decent mid to high range printer. You can get a decent mid to high ranges printer for about that if you want to put a little bit more.
I have a junk printer. I went to go buy ink because I started selling on TCG Player again for the first time in a long time. And before I decided to, go purchase the ink, I took out the 2 cartridges and threw them away, but I only wanted to buy black ink. Well, I screwed up, and I apparently needed that color cartridge.
It will freak out if you don't have a color cartridge.
It won't run without it. So I unfortunately had to order a color cartridge that'll be here Sunday. I'm very mad that I've had to spend an extra $20. I'm not super above digging in the garbage, but by the time I've put the garbage bag in the dumpster, I'm not going out for it. It's over. It's game over. I'll just spend the $21 and call it a day.
That's a good thing. So the thing I'm still kicking myself out for is because when I left Amazon, I took a lot of their equipment I had at the time. Like my monitor is a curved ultra high definition monitor that Amazon got me. I had a $1,500 printer, best high end printer we used for test printing stuff to make sure everything looked correct, right? Mm-hmm. I was told to take it home for COVID, and I was like, no, I don't think we'll need it. I should have took it home.
Oh yeah, yep. That would have been a nice come up there. Yeah.
And then it would still be here. I would have all my kittens. I pasted on it and kitten stickers. I tested print with it. We used the cry cut machine on, which I should have also took. I didn't.
Oh, well, in another universe, another timeline.
That was years ago.
That Doom did do those things.
Yeah. That was years ago. I shoulda, coulda, woulda. And I still have I don't like Amazon anymore, so we'll leave it at that. I would still more if I felt the way I do now. Some people are like, oh my god, I'm gonna go tell Amazon. Do it? I don't think they care.
Also, use your Prime subs, chat. It helps this man pay the bills.
Well, this stream doesn't pay for anything. It helps.
Metaphorically speaking,
it helps pay for your pricing. So like when we get the playmats for like the regionals and shipping them, the reason why I can do international shipping is I take the money from the Twitch streams and donations and I put it into that. Or buy a bunch of playmats when I have it up for the regionals, because then I can cut the cost on the champions thing and try to get more stuff for the champion. I gotta start reaching out to sponsors. I have a letter ready for Red Bull. Got letters to a couple of other ones. Like, here's this burgeoning community. Please come watch us.
I'm not gonna lie, a Red Bull sponsor. I need to change my vocabulary. That would go really hard. like we've seen certain organizations pair up with certain video gaming retailers in recent history, but I think a Red Bull partnership would just defecate all over that. Like it's just there's no company in like gaming that's bigger than Red Bull.
From what I've read, Red Bull will put their name on almost anything. I was talking about this last week a little bit too. You just have to have this, show the stats that you can do it. And from what I've seen, at least for grassroots tournaments, this is the most watched stream. So we have that going. We have a consistent high player count. We have a consistent streaming. I can show them like 2 years worth of almost weekly streams for this. Okay, these people haven't called judge yet. I'm gonna see what their matchup was. Oh, there it was, last second. Just in time, I guess.
The old sneaky judge card.
Yeah, it's like I'll give leeway a little bit because depending on the decks. Like if a Gardevoir's trying to like do its thing and then time runs out because it takes a minute to load up energy. You know,
so that's valid.
That's valid. But if you, I wish it was a stall player. It's not. It's Gardevoir versus Lost Box. But if you come in at the last moment and say, "My opponent slow played," I'm sorry, I'm not giving it to you.
There's definitely a point to where and when it is acceptable.
Oh god, Lord did bring that game back.
Okay, yeah, we last we looked away that Tord used a Turo to pick up the Pidgeot, and then he was able to come back with Radiant Charizard, it seems. And now I think Turbo Tord's doing Turbo Tord things. I also appreciate the Rabska on the board as kind of like a throwaway, maybe. Like if he needs that like turn of chumping a prize card to his opponent.
That's what I was looking at. I was like, ooh, Rabska. Okay, if you call a judge, also don't take a minute or more to reply to the judge about something.
Be ready.
Yeah. Because right now you're not helping your case. And I always bring stuff up like this because I think it's important. People know, like, interacting with judges. Oh, yeah, here it is. My opponent wasted a lot of time. Oh, okay. Yeah, also, if your game starts late, just call. We'll give an extension if it needs it. But after the match, I'm not changing things because if your opponent's all of a sudden slow playing or you started late, that's rule sharking. And you know what? To be honest, and excuse my French, I fucking hate rule sharks.
Yeah, that's one of the benefits of not having to deal with turds. Is not having to get the plunger and unclog that toilet, unfortunately, when it comes to those kind of players.
I'm just going to leave it as is, and we're going to pair our next round, and we're going to get going and find ourselves a match. Who do we already have streaming? We have Herbaceous. Let's see what they may be playing. I do not know what they're playing. We do have GMU Boy. He's an old school one. It's been a while. He is on the Block Lax. CZ and Arson. And Arson I know has been on Gardevoir. Lauren is on Iron Thorns. What is Mysterious Player playing?
One and only
Lugia. Any one of those sounds interesting to you? Or
anything except for Block Lax is fine by me.
Let's see. Mysterious Player's got. He dropped. Never mind. He was on there and then he dropped. Prince Vortex is playing Drago at 1-1. I'm seeing also 2-2s. Lauren is up against Raging Bolts. That can actually be a loss.
It is a possibility. It's not 100%.
Let's see what Arson's up against. Arson's with the Guardy versus Shira with the Charizard. That might actually be a good matchup.
Okay.
Let me go into their match, let them know that they will be on stream and that they get the extra benefits that come with it. I think also Shira's playing the one with the that has a Greninja EX in it.
The Greninja is pretty spicy, I won't lie.
They had played it during the Challenge of Doom. It was spicy. And it was a good watch. It was a good watch. I think they ended up winning, like they never got to use the Greninja because it was actually weak to the Gardevoir I think they were playing against. So like, oh, yeah, that might be a good idea not to do this.
Yeah, the Terra Pokemon sometimes throw players off because of like the energy they need. I have a Garchomp deck sleeved up that I play at League, and like for whatever reason I was like, all right, cool, I'll attack your Iron Hands for weakness. Oh wait a minute, no, I'm water. Never mind, I'm weak to you. So you know, every once in a blue moon, that can happen to a player, and like in the hindsight, they're like, all right, I attached my water energy. I'm a water Pokemon. No, you are a fighting Pokemon.
You stay a fight Pokemon. That's been the fun part of having Terras. It's been these types have just changed so much.
I'm hoping after rotation we start to see like some of the most underutilized ones that have a regular EX and a Terra start maybe getting some plays. Like maybe Reveroom. Reveroom has a lot going on, but it can't exist in the meta that we've had. You've got the metal one with the tool cards. You've got the new lightning one that like discards itself and does big damage. You also have like the draw support Reveroom single prizer. Another double Terra would be Greninja. There's the water one that also just got that beautiful promo card from those box sets that dropped. And the fighting Terra, as we mentioned. And then you've got like things like Skeledirge. There's the fighting type, or I'm sorry, the steel type, and then the fire type. So maybe after a rotation, and when the V-Stars who super gatekeep the format kind of just leave the game, maybe things will be a little bit more diverse and interesting in those regards.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Like I sometimes I feel like Terra types were just half baked.
Yeah, I feel like the bench damage clause is just kind of pointless on most of them. It could have been something a lot cooler.
Oh, I almost snoozed the ad. Milk said I did a bad thing. I'm on Snorlax stall. Yeah, that can be a bad thing. But it's a legitimate deck, like we're talking about, and we don't try to put it on stream unless we absolutely have to, because
they've won, but at what cost? Well, with great power comes great responsibility.
Let's see. I might as well talk about this while we wait for it. Did everyone? I shared with Steuben. Did everyone else? I'm going to cut this off the pass kind of thing. Everyone else see the cheating video going around?
It was very interesting. I figured I was going to have to slow it down and zoom, but I didn't need to. It was blatantly obvious. They just like cut through their discard. They pretended like they were shuffling it a little bit, and it looked like a night stretcher, if I'm not mistaken, so they can, reclaim that Giratina that's on top of the discard pile the next turn. There also could have been a second card palmed. It definitely was at least a night stretcher, but I don't know if they took more than one card.
I haven't started yet. I was looking at the video because it popped up here. I'll link to it in chat so everyone can see it. It's important to have this out because this is not like what happened with during the regional with I forgot who it was. where they got DQ'd on stream for supposedly top decking, and it turned out they hadn't. This is like hot in 4D, 4K, just bad. So again, just waiting. How's Tord doing? Real quick.
I'm gonna have to reopen the world stream on my PC here for a second. There we go.
You know, we're just waiting for Arson to reshare. I'll go make sure that they're going to do that.
It just popped up just now.
Oh,
Challenges look like it's getting ready to be sent here.
Okay, sick. There we go. Oh, I forgot to reset the timer. And the round is on the wrong one, but there we go. We fixed it. That's again, like I have the hotkeys are weird right now. I need to fix them. Oh, I forgot to drop in active players. That would help with why there was so many games finished up so quickly.
There's a lot going on tonight. We got worlds, we got cheaters. We got to talk about Taco Bell too.
Yeah, I mean, we got to.
I went and had it for lunch today as preparation.
I had McDonald's today.
I mean, did you get the collector's meal for the cup at least? I
wanted to,
but you didn't.
They didn't have any cups.
Oh man, what it is? That's so sad.
I know. That was like the only reason why I was going to go there. That I was just like being a Big Mac for whatever reason.
That's a valid choice. All right, we see the premature attachment here of the Forest Sealstone, discarding a Luminion and a Fire Energy. I always don't like attaching the stone if you're not going to use it. I know, you have open deck lists here, but the fact that like in a closed setting, if you attach that and just like pass and they happen to have some sort of tool removal or a jamming tower, I always feel kind of off about that. But they are using it now, and it might be for a Buddy Poffin, and there it is, of course. So they're going to grab their basics, and they are grabbing the Froakie out of the gate and attaching the EXP share to it. No Pidgey being set up is kind of sus in my eyes, and the instant charge ends the turn. I feel like getting that Pidgey is a little bit more important than the Greninja, but at the same time, the EXP share also doesn't feel too great. That way, like, again, it's going to take a couple turns before Gardevoir is knocking things out. And if they're doing it right, especially with the Cresselia in play, they're just going to move the damage to said Froakie since it is the biggest threat. Cresselia is going to get an energy attached. We're going to see some Ralts at the bench and Manaphy to protect the bench because of the Froakie. And then the evolution TM popping off here. Looking like Curly is coming in.
I love the turn 1 evolution. I was hoping to go and get hyper whatever it's called, the new one that gives you 3 evolutions as a backup. And that's
Hyper Aroma.
Well, a lot of people are telling me. Nobody I know around has it right now.
All right, capturing Aroma flips a heads. They're going to go ahead and grab the Pidgeot. Have a rare candy for the Zard, so Infernal Rain will attach energy. Most likely going to see 1 onto the Rotom so they can pivot, and 2 onto the Charizard. Getting a Pidgeot in their hand is kind of whatever, especially considering there's still no Pidgey on the board. But Cresselia is definitely going to go down to a Burning Darkness this turn.
Either they have energy in hand, or
rare candy onto the Greninja already.
Water
for turn. In an instant charge. Interesting. Okay. So maybe we're going to see a KO with Greninja next turn. They're going to use that Shinobi Blade to search their deck and grab whatever card they want. So I mean, there's some spice here potentially.
One of boss's orders is prized. Not what you want to see.
You definitely need those.
Another thing come up again, I always talk judge calls, try to talk about them openly without naming people. If you need to walk away before a game starts, just say, hey, I gotta walk away, call a judge, can we get an extension when I get back? people need to use the bathroom or something needs to come up. We can do that. It's not an issue. Just make sure, otherwise your opponent doesn't know what to do.
All right, Ultra Ball eating a Ralts and an S-Ball. I see another Curlia, so more refinement can happen here. Having 3 on turn 2, thanks to that evolution, is pretty solid. Iono to refill the hand. So we could potentially, yep, there is the Gardevoir. So there are some shenanigans valid here. Refinement's gonna yeet the Klefki to the discard, finds the Stamp, which could be good next turn. There is the Dark attached to Monkey Dory for turn, which I love being able to do that, attach the Dark, because you have Psychic Embrace just to go nuts and attach any energy wherever else that's needed.
I've had people who didn't realize you could Psychic Embrace the Monkey Dory. Their belief is a Dark type Pokemon. It is not a Dark type Pokemon. It is very obviously a Psychic type Pokemon.
It's that same thing we were talking about with the Terras, like the mind game of attaching a water energy to a fighting type Pokemon and thinking it's a water type Pokemon.
Now this is a ballsy move. Again, where's my French? But you do get a KO here.
Yep.
That does put you up in the price trade, and you're getting the Charizard down to 300. Which is easier to KO with a Drifloon than it is anything else. Because you stop playing Cape, you stop playing all that, so you got to use the monkey to spread that damage.
Yeah, Burning Darkness just retaliates here, even without the prizes taken, thanks to weakness. Another Charmander hits the bench, another Buddy Poffin. Hopefully here we see Pidgey get benched. We know they have a Pidgeot EX in hand, but if it's going to go the way we're looking, that Unfair Stamp is looking pretty hot next turn. Double Pidgey being benched.
They don't have the Pidgeot anymore. It's on the bottom of the deck.
Oh, yes, it was Iono. You're right.
Or now it's not on the bottom of the deck because they shuffled, but it was on the bottom of the deck.
Another Poffin being burned here for no effect. Arvin being played. I assume we're going to see a rare candy get put into the hand, maybe as like a proactive measure. Unfair stamp. No tool, just an unfair stamp. And that's a little unfortunate for the Gardevoir. They're going to lose the Gardevoir this turn. Unfair stamp, they can, draw for turn and refinement out of it, but they had quite the juice here this turn. Water energy being attached, thanks to finding it from the vessel, onto the Greninja. And then, the Greninja's ready to roll next turn, it looks like. And then we find an Iono off the unfair stamp. So not the absolute worst.
I also believe Shiro does play Canceling Cologne. We can actually double check that. If they do play Canceling Cologne, that Ninja is a threat in every way.
Yeah, counter catch for up the Manaphy, play the Canceling Cologne, wipe the Curlias off the board, especially after the Gardevoir gets KO'd. So there is some cheeky lines of play.
Yes, it is in there.
The Fez is going to refill their hand as well after that crazy sequence of turns. Curlia gets promoted. Probably going to see this Buddy Poffin get played. I guess just a drift. Yep, find the balloon. The Ralts are all in the bin at this point in time. I would have preferred to have seen the Iono before the refinement,
but
at the same time, you have another refinement. You're going to see more cards. I think Iono is definitely correct this turn.
9-card hand is just too much. The reason why I was fine with that, it was once you did it, you have to have that. You have to have that energy in the discard. You need to get that Drifloon up. But this also doesn't look good. This might be a Cresselia turn where you're going to go after either one of the 70, 50, or 50s.
Yeah, not having the charm here to attach to the Drifloon to get to that 300 needed.
You could also just retreat and let them take the prize. Because then that Pheasant Diffidy doesn't activate. Then there's a lot to it. You can also, the counter catcher's not active.
Yeah, Gardevoir really just plays better from behind. All the comeback cards just feel so much better when you're behind on prizes.
I will definitely
You're able to
say
play that single prize game and just force that uneven prize trade for your opponent.
I will definitely say I feel like that is the truth. Where I'm losing a match and then I'm like, you know what? No, keep playing. Just keep playing. Because I have stuff like Reset Stamp. He plays 4 Ionos, right? Even against Charizard. I still feel like there's an opportunity.
All right, so retreating into the Monkey Dory.
Gonna look for a Mind Bend then.
Going for the Confusion, which, I mean, they could just retreat the Charizard. It is unfortunate to lose the energy, but I mean, there's still so many resources available to them to use. And if they can, you know, play that Greninja up and boss canceling Cologne the Manaphy, yeah, that's kind of scary. Setting up Knockout onto the Fez with Gardevoir in the future. And then there's 2 damage counters there. And yeah, Mind Bend, 60 damage, Confusion. Charizard now has to flip to attack, or they need to like Turo out or retreat.
Okay, I'm just shuffling up some solitaire games, and I got the Fluttermane start. Top deck to Buddy poppin'. Got Arven as well. Easy. As long as I didn't prize the evolution. One of evolution I play. Easy turn setup. But that's what we're checking right now. There's the de-evolution. Uh-oh, I haven't found it yet. I want to check
They throw a counter catcher here with Ultra Ball. They find another Charizard. Turn attach onto the Charmander. Going for the coin flip on the Confusion. Hits the heads. Burning Darkness goes through. 500 damage thanks to the weakness on the Monkey Dory.
Oh wait, it was in my hand the whole time.
Early promoted here. Ino in hand off the top of the deck. Counter catcher Vessel, Psychic Energy. Let's see the refinement first. Discarding the Psychic Energy. Gonna draw into a second Ino and an Arven. Arven, however, does give them the tool card they need to use Drifloon, but at the same time, that Charizard has 90 damage on it, so it's got 240 HP left. There's not really another way to deal with it with their current board state. Arven does grab the Bravery Charm, and they're eyeing up that Unfair Stamp, but they're going to take the Super Rod instead. Super Rod's going to get the Ralts that they definitely need. Maybe the Monkey Dory back into the deck, the Dark Energy. All of those are very valid choices. Double Monkey Dory and the Dark Energy. Looks like they're going to be shoved back into the deck. Earthen Vessel's in hand, so, you know, they could go ahead and grab that Dark Energy. They decided to swap that Monkey Dory out for the other Gardevoir EX. Embrace is going to attach onto this Curlia so they can retreat out. Get some damage on the board, maybe move it off of it next turn with Monkey Dory if they find it again. There is the Charm onto the Drifloon, so it will be able to get the KO.
Yeah, you do. I was like, do you need it? No, yeah, 210. You're still 30 short.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Especially without Monkey Dory in play and being able to move damage counters around it, you do need the Charm. Yeah, 8 damage counters, 240, which is the number on the dot to get the KO on the Charizard. Now, they need 3 prizes. Do they play a vacuum?
There's the boss.
Boss is found. Easy 2 prizes off the Greninja next turn. Or the Pheasantipity. So they've got that kind of locked up. But if there's a way here for their opponent to take a 3 prize turn or remove the Gardevoir from the board and maybe reset the hand, It's a possibility. Another Poffin, probably just going to be burned here. We've seen them play Poffin with no effect earlier. Trying to see what's left in the deck. TBCI, please give us a spectator mode so we can see both sides of the field someday. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, we've had games where we've had both sides, and it takes both players, but it also takes a lot of trust between both players to do it, and some people don't trust their opponents.
Mela being played, attaching an energy to the Charmander, drawing until they have 6 cards in hand. I don't know what they could be cooking here. Ultra Ball, discarding a Charizard and another Ultra Ball. Finds the Pidgeot. If they have the rare candy, they're going to have access to Quick Search to grab whatever piece they're potentially missing here. Flip the Script is also going to make their odds a little bit better here before they potentially slap down that Pidgeot. Ember can get a KO, which is pretty good for them as well. But again, you know, that boss is in hand. So without a hand reset here, we've seen the stamp be played already. We just know boss is here. It's not going anywhere. Quick search is now available to them. I'm curious to see what they're going to get. And of course, we don't know what they get. It's not public knowledge. Could be any card, but it'll probably just be played here.
When they implemented the game log, I swore my first thought was how they were going to screw it up. If they screwed it up, was you're going to be able to see what your opponent top decked.
Oh, counter catcher up the Manaphy. Are we going to see the canceling Cologne?
Oh, the
jamming tower. Oh. Okay.
Is it there?
Do they have the Cologne? If they have the Cologne in hand, this would be amazing right now.
I'm sorry, look, I know it's going to come up possibly into the end of the game. If you hit ads, I apologize, but hey, if you got Amazon Prime, it stops that from happening.
They're taking their time to think. Super Rod being played. I feel like if they had the Cologne, I think it would have just been slammed down by now. Double Zard and a Fire going back into the deck.
They could be banking on them not having the boss's orders here. Like, I'm trying to figure out what their move is. Okay.
Retreat is happening. Promoting the Pidgeot.
Pidgeot is the hardest thing to KO.
Yep, which that is the correct play here. They just pass it over though, but I mean, there's everything in hand. The vessel grabs the dark energy, it's in the deck. They can use it to retreat the Manaphy.
There we go. I was going to ask if they had any energy left. They do.
Here comes the Gardevoir. We're going to see the boss's orders up the Greninja or the Fez, either one. And then
it doesn't matter. They're both going to. They're both going to get psychically embraced by the loving Gardevoir.
Yeah, Miracle Force for 190 damage is enough to take the game, and there is the concession at the end. I was ready to like hop out of my seat if they had that canceling Cologne, man. I was so ready to see that Greninja just sweep the game there on the 3 prize turn.
They were setting up for it so well, and they've got it. I wonder if the canceling Cologne was in the prizes. They were hoping off the jamming tower to get it.
I mean, yeah, and with 3 prizes left, it's not the worst chance to take.
No. All right, so looking at this, we have a Chin Pao back Excalibur, technically in first place right now. We have Cash Man, Cash Man. Everyone say it. He's currently 3-0 with Miraidon.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Cash, fellow member of Team Redacted.
There we go. We have a Rory Moon, Ancient Box.
And look at those 3 Iron Thorns. 6th, 7th, and 8th, back to back to back, all 3-0.
Then we have a couple. We have Lugia down 2-1. We have a Dragapult at 2-1. Which I keep hitting Dragon Pokemon ladder, and it always seems like they get the energies and everything they need like every turn. But when I play it, I never see an energy. And it's just one of those. It's one of those things. Like who was it? Pedro Ibblemon tweeted out at one point. Like how he was testing Lugia. He was like, how do you get Ultra Ball double Archeops every turn? I never see it.
Some people just have that luck, you know, like.
That's my brother. That's why he plays Miraidon, because he knows he'll hit the electric generators. I mean, we could bring Cash on curse him. He might not like that though.
Wake him from
the stupor.
Wake him from his We'll grab the Dragon Balls and summon the Cash Ron.
Let's see. Stellax is taking the loss. I saw Nelson Guillen and Jackson Bendel, both of them coming in with Stellaxes, both at 3-0. I actually got to make sure we do have this set for 8 rounds, right? I don't think I ever change it. Nope, I never change it. At this point, I never change it from 8 rounds. It's like just standard 8 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when it will be. And like usually it finishes like no later for me than 1-2 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I am an East Coaster. I eventually will run out of Baja Blast Zero Sugar, and I will start falling asleep at the wheel here. So I will do my best to hang out as long as I can.
And I always say there's no obligation to get through it all. Well, I'm gonna throw that at you. I'm
off work tomorrow.
No,
I plan to pound the caffeine. What did I say? I'm microdosing caffeine today. So
I would love Ghost. If you're watching, I drink your energy drinks. I've been on the electric limeade lately.
Oh yeah. I think I haven't had a bad drink from Ghost, and no, I might be a shill for a lot of different brands of things and so on and so forth. Like Ultimate Guard and Dual Spec. Yeah. But I do love Ghost. I love G Fuel, Mountain Dew, Red Bull. If any of you are listening, please sponsor. Hook everybody up. Give everybody in chat a case of Red Bull or a case of whatever flavor of Ghost that you got those, those orange creamsicle ones laying around. Send them over. Those are delicious.
I'm all about the electric limeade. And the worst thing is I've had 2 of them today. The last one I drank was like at 7. I'm still yawning anyways. Like, come on. Moon Kitty, why weren't you following me? No, it's all good.
Normally, my caffeine intake has been reduced over the last year drastically. I normally either wake up and make a G Fuel, or if I have like an Alani or a Ghost or whatever laying around, I'll drink that. And then I promise myself I won't have anything more than like a can of soda after 2 p.m. Today I had a Witch's Brew Alani, caramel apple. Halloween is already here. And then I had a Strawberry Dreams Monster at work, and with dinner, and ever since dinner, I've been slowly slipping a Baja Blast Zero Sugar.
I've had a Cherry Coke Zero myself.
Yeah, dude. Coke Zero, all the flavors, they're fantastic. They really are.
They figured out how to make a zero sugar soda actually taste like a soda.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like sitting here. Oh, how did Turbo Roaring Moon beat Iron Thorns? Oh, he probably just hit everything. He didn't even need the bird. Probably just hit everything. Savid, such a good player. All right, we do have a tie, and it is a Gardevoir mirror. Oh, we will see. What's up, PCS podcast?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, Gardevoir mirrors typically end in 1 game or a tie. It's just, I don't know, that I feel like I'd rather watch golf than watch a Gardevoir mirror match. If that's a valid choice.
Here's something about the Gardevoir mirror. It's such a pain. It's like, if you do it right, you can wipe their Kirlias if they take like a prize too early. Because then if you get both monkeys set up, you can move the damage. You can move 60 damage to one of them, have the other one up, hit it with Fluttermane, and wipe the Kirlia board. And if on top of it, if you're lucky, you hit them with the reset stamp if that's what you're playing.
Oh yeah, and then I feel like at that point it's just GG's.
Yeah. And I find my monkeys. Yes, I talked about it. No, I didn't talk about it. I talked about it somewhere else. Who was I talking about it? Tabletop Village had them. Went there. Tabletop Village had them, and they're like, I'm like, hey, you got any monkey Dories? And they walk over to this wall of just staples. They just ETBs filled with so many staples. And they just pulled Monkey Dory out, and they went reverse or regular hollow. And it was just like a stack of at least like 60 of them. Not more.
Okay. Yeah. That's the thing about like certain LGSs, the ones that actually care about Pokemon and have that kind of inventory are the ones that players need to gravitate to and support with all means necessary.
And on top of that, if you want to support them and use code DOOM5, that's DOOM, numerical 5, you save 5% off your orders. Oh, here's the judge call.
I mean, Gardevoir is a valid deck. It's also a good comfort pick for a lot of players. I mean, I've been addicted to playing the Loyal 3 on stream. If anyone out there has been like lurking and watching the few and far between live gameplay streams that I've been doing over the last few weeks, I've just been playing the Loyal 3. I am addicted to it. The donk potential is so real. It's so fun. And not a lot of people are on the deck and they don't believe in it, but when I have a little bit of free time, I'm gonna go through the VODs and like edit a gameplay video and throw it on the YouTube channel, just because I've had so much fun. I feel like I'm so close to cracking this list. I wish I was going to Baltimore, because I would probably play the Loyal 3 at Baltimore.
The Loyal 3 looks like a very interesting deck.
The worst matchup for it is Charizard. If you win the coin flip and you get to go second, you have the potential to swing for 300 on turn 1. Or if you need to hit, if you want to hit with 70 with a Morpeko and move your energy and get rid of something they need to set up, like a Charmander or a Pidgey or whatever, those are also valid plays. I want someone to find a solid list and run hot in an online tournament with the deck. And it might have to be me. I know.
Did you see what won the Challenge of Doom on Tuesday?
I did not.
Blood Moon Ursaluna was the fighting type single prizer.
Yeah, okay. Now we're talking spice. Yeah, the energy acceleration on that thing is just the way that the Galarian Zapdos used to run, but the Galarian Zapdos didn't do enough damage. So here we are with a dub air, and yeah, that shreds.
Oh my god, someone says they won. They have a screenshot. They called judge within the kind of thing. Man, can you post it? There we go. I need to double check that Spanish real quick.
Every time I get someone in using Spanish in a judge call, they were always like swearing at me.
Yeah.
So I started to learn key phrases to just be like, all right, bro, get lost.
This is hard. This is really hard. Because they have a screenshot showing they won, but the it said their opponent conceded.
which could be a disconnection.
Right.
You know, we can be stern, but fair. I think just a double game loss is perfectly acceptable here. When in doubt, DGL it out.
Oh, I've debated it.
Especially if, you know, both ends of the parties here are like getting a little toxic and aggressive. It just...
Actually, I'm going to check something real quick. Nope, I'm dropped. I'm going to give it to them. They have it. It was within time. If it's an issue, if you're going... I'll bring this up on chat as well. I just need to get this going. If you're going to concede because of time, you need to tell your opponent. Otherwise, I will change it.
That's just like one of the issues overall with like the language barrier sometimes. It's always hard to determine, you know, like what caused said game loss or disconnect or whatever. There's so many factors and variables. It's a little bit hard for someone running the tournament, casting and judging all at the same time to be able to make those decisions on the fly just like that. So I salute you, sir.
Do you want to try to get Cash on? He's up against Chin Pao.
I'll ping him. I'll ping him in our team's Discord and be like, yo.
Oh, he's already checked in. I just in the stream.
Okay.
See if he'll do it. We also have Kelly Moore and CZ as well. Kelly Moore is playing the Ancient Box. And CZ is on
Charizard.
Yeah. But I'd like to get Cash on. I like Cash. Who's the co-caster? The co-caster is my good friend me. No, that's stupid. I was trying to come up with something. I'm so bad at it.
If you would have been like my good friend Ben, I think I would have just quit. I need to like I hate using AI, but I really want to like get that like clip of Patrick saying my name's not Rick and like edit it to be my name's not Ben and make it a channel point reward.
Oh, he's working on the world stuff. He can't stream. All right, so let's go with Kelly then.
Okay.
Kelly is up against. Yeah, that'll be interesting. That looks like interesting, so we'll go with that. That's why he's playing Maridon, because he's busy. Okay, that makes sense. Let's get the game's already going. Let's get it on. I'll update the stuff as it goes.
Man's got to run Pokestats. What a champion.
All right, go find this match so I can get their names. There it is. Callie versus Stubby AFK. All right.
Yep, Stubby is rocking Dragapult.
I think it's funny that he said he's playing Maridon because it's like a no-brain deck.
I feel like there's a little bit of brains to a little bit of every deck. I feel it is a little bit more unga bunga, but you know, you do have to sequence in the right order to effectively increase your odds for things like electric generator.
I think I'm going to add this now as I'm sitting here thinking about it into make sure it's in the description about conceding at time, that if you need to tell your opponent that's what you're doing because time is up.
So they ripped the Pokestop. They lost to Tatsugiri. Ultra Ball here, most likely looking at their list, we could potentially see Lumineon or Rotom. They're going to eat the Enhanced Hammer, does nothing here. Devolution does nothing here. Free real estate. There's the Lumineon. Probably going to grab Arven, Buddy Buddy Poffin for a Seal Stone and just really set up this turn.
I'm actually a little surprised about getting rid of the de-evolution because there is plays you could make with it against the stack. Like, if you just want to keep spreading damage onto that Gardevoir, and then if they don't have the monkeys down, then it's just like de-evolution, Gardevoir's gone.
Well, that would help if they were playing Gardevoir Doom, then they're playing Ancient Box.
Oh, right. I saw the Flutter Mane. I saw the Flutter Mane, and I got distracted with some other stuff, and I was like, "Yeah, what deck plays Flutter Mane? I see all the time." Gardevoir. That's Gardevoir. But yeah, no, if there's nothing there, and you just gone, easy gone.
It's just an easy discard fodder piece. Arven maybe grabs a Buddy Buddy Poffin. I could see TM Evo. There we go. Unfair stamp for the next turn. TM Evo. Turn attach, evolve, Dreepy, and Natu up into Xatu and Dracloak. I really do like Dragapult. I've been trying my best not to play it because I know with the next set, I will probably just be a Dragapult main once again. It's a lot of new tools in Stellar Crown. Iron Bundle off the top. I'm sorry, that's not an ancient card. I don't believe that belongs in your deck. Gonna have to call a party foul on that one. It does not pass the vibe check. No, it's actually a really good card in Ancient Box, actually. Explorer's Guidance, looking like they're going to go ahead and take the Radiant Greninja and the Darkness Energy, so they can bench your Greninja, use the concealed cards, draw more cards. Already a handful of Ancients in the bin. Need a lot more of what they've got going on. Pokestop's also a valid card to use here too. Concealed cards, of course. Just free draw. Energy in the bin for the next turn, so Sada's Vitality can do things. Finds the Walking Wake off the draw. Hits a counter catcher, loses another Darkness Energy and a Booster Capsule. Booster Capsule is fine there. Stretcher gonna go ahead and grab the Roaring Moon. That's most likely gonna hit the bench here. That way when the Flutter Mane goes down, the Moon can be promoted. We can see the Sada's attached to it. Not too much else can be done here. I could maybe see, yep, there it is. There's the capsule. It's just going to get an extra card in the discard pile there, which is another valid choice to make. And then just a pass back to Dragapult. Stubby could attack this turn easily here between Xatu's Clairvoyant Sense and of course Recon Directive. They still have access to a Forest Seal Stone. Radiant Alakazam is also a nice piece here, which actually Alakazam can swing for a knockout this turn and keep the Dreepy and Dracloak locked up for the future turns.
That's true.
There's a lot of cards in Callie's hand. Or I'm sorry, CZ's hand. Nope, I'm losing my mind.
Callie,
right,
it's Callie.
Callie. I was right the first time. I was right the first time. I caught whatever you were passing around with the Gardevoir. But yeah, I mean, there's a possibility that Alakazam can swing pretty hard here. It's 20 for every card in your opponent's hand, and there's 9 cards in hand, so they could hit for 180, which would get over the Flutter Mane. Let's see the switch. Ooh, just a switch, then a Recon Directive. I feel like I would have rather seen the Recon Directive before the switch, so you at least have more information on what's available.
They couldn't.
Oh, the Flutter Mane locking it out. Yes, that's correct. Yep. I do forget that Flutter Mane is a pain in the butt sometimes.
And the thing is, being open deck list, you probably assume they don't have an easy switch out, or they won't have enough, the Lumineon. But this is Ancient Box, and it can throw a lot of stuff into the discard really fast.
The hand side is also increasing here. Vessel throws away the Walking Wake, which is 2 ancient cards into this card. There's now 2 more energy cards in hand that are like counting everything out here. I do like the Pekkarunt and the Pheasantipity included in this list too. That's pretty spicy as well. Iron Bundle is also really good here, so that way they don't have to knock out the Lumineon. They can knock out something of more importance.
There's the Pekkarunt, but okay, now the question becomes, now you have it, do you even want to put it down? Because you have a couple easy switches here. You have the Prime Catcher, you can manually retreat. I think the biggest thing you're looking for right now is another Roaring Moon to get out there. You want to keep those well, they're one went.
Yeah, I mean they have the night stretcher. Yeah, they have the night stretcher, so they can just recover it here.
But is it worth recovering right now? Because if you get the KO with it, oh, we're going to take a KO with something else then. Because they were kind of up there in numbers. Now I guess you can just grab the moon. And now you're 400% taking a KO because that Alakazam is weak to dark types.
Yeah, we'll see how much damage they're doing. So they're doing 280, so they already have quite the amount of ancient cards in the discard pile. The base damage is 70. It's 10 more for every one there. So they are hitting pretty good. That 280 was also because of weakness as well. So to keep that in mind. So the 280 would be 140. So they have at least 7 ancient cards in the discard pile at this moment in time. Roaring Moon goes down. That makes 8, so on and so forth. Dragapult itself has 320 HP, so you really have to reach.
You have to have everything in the discard pile.
Yeah, you can't have anything prized. You've got to have all your eggs in a row to knock out Dragapult. And also the fact that Dragapult can just spread damage and take multiple prizes over turns is pretty bad for the ancient box as well. I potentially think maybe just knocking out that Lumineon, if they could have hit those numbers, would have been the more approachable way to take the prize race. Gets them access to whatever's in the prizes a little bit faster. It could be an ancient card needed to hit the numbers of Dragapult. Another Dreepy as well. And the unfair stamp, which is really punishing.
Really unfair.
Well, they find Sada's and Explorer's Guidance. So you're saying there's a chance. Clairvoyant Sense onto the Dracloak. They're going to go ahead and draw 2 more cards. And yeah, Phantom Dive knocks out this moon. I assume we're going to see the damage placed onto the Greninja, and yep, there it goes. So it's got 2-ish turns remaining, another 60 next turn, 10 more the following turn, more damage spread elsewhere. Moon does get promoted.
Now Moon's hoping for another energy. Well, get another Moon down. So at least the Seda is going on to 2 attackers.
That
is not an energy.
All right, so Pokestop really has to come in the clutch here and maybe find an Earthen Vessel.
Earthen Vessel, energy retrieval, or superior energy retrieval.
Nestball does get Roaring Moon onto the bench. They could also potentially go for that Fez and flip the script to draw 3 more cards. But at the same time, that Fez has 210 HP. So Dragapult can place 1 counter on it next turn and then gust it up and take 2. You really probably have to reach the turn you're putting that Fez in play.
Yeah.
To get the full use out of it.
There you go. Oh, there's the Vessel.
Praying to Arceus sometimes comes in the clutch, and then another Ancient in the bin. So that's 2 more cards in there now. Last 2 energy from the deck, but of course there are Super Rods available.
Okay, I do have a funny story about Arceus. My coworkers know I stream, and they know I do a lot of TCG stuff. And one of them was talking to me, and I talked about Arceus. I'm like, yeah, it's the god of all Pokemon. So, oh, cool. Cool, that's pretty awesome. Do you ever like get a battle him? I'm like, oh, you get to catch him.
Yeah.
And he's like, what? You
And they're
catch
like, what?
what?
You're to catch God?
Yeah. I'm like, yeah.
I can imagine the look on their face, like their eyes probably just like got massive. The whitening in their eyes probably like just shrunk.
Like,
Just mega pupil focusing, like what?
and I'm like, you know what? Also, it's actually good in the video game. It's not. It is almost always an Uber tier, and it's almost always banned in some way, or it's not playable because you can't get its plates. Can't change its type.
Lost vacuum. I think the Pokestop's getting needed. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
You don't,
Pokestop's gone. You don't want them to have access to more cards. You don't want them to get their damage increased.
that is something I've been seeing that more and more decks are doing, especially Charizard decks, are playing less stadiums.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think that's gonna be bad. That's gonna just be that's asking for disaster. It's asking for people to play the A spec, especially Gardevoir. I think
it ultimately comes down to the meta game. I mean, like we're in that like weird like you remember the Decidueye bell curve?
Yeah.
It's sort of that situation. Is there Gardevoir? Do I need stadiums? Do I need jamming tower? Do I need collapse stadium? I think you do. I think you at least have to play collapse stadium in Charizard. You have so many liability Pokemon between Lumineon and Rotom, damaged Pokemon that you can just discard and change the game state in your favor. We saw a little bit ago on stream for Worlds, you know, Tord picked up and ripped away with the Turo. So more cards like that to, you know, yeet things off the board and preserve the game state so that your opponent can't just like gust KO GG. Guidance finds the Prime Catcher. And looking like the Pokegear is the choice here as well.
Pokegear gets you more stuff later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You lose the Petrorite. You don't want the Walking Wake anyways, so nothing will be gone. But the biggest issue you run into now is you cannot retreat. You have nothing you can retreat with unless you save that Petrorite.
Yeah. I also think putting the Petrorite down is just massive liability. It's got 190 HP. It's just free real estate for
it just gets KO'd.
And we're gonna see a 2-prize turn from Dragapult next turn. They're gonna get that one last damage counter on the Radiant Greninja with their Phantom Dive, knock out whatever's in the active, and then start spreading the other 5 elsewhere. So maybe the Flutter Mane, maybe the other Roaring Moon. Timer is running thin. A couple seconds left. Got to attach that second energy to attack here.
And this is another thing I always bring up about slow play. I will keep bringing up on every stream. If your opponent's slow playing, call a judge. I would not consider the slow play. They are trying to figure out their move. But it did take a little bit of time, but it's not the worst thing in the world.
They have a lot of choices they have to make this turn. So, you know, keeping things into consideration. Hitting for 240, 17 ancient cards in the bin. Not quite enough there. If they had a free retreater, that Prime Catcher up the other Dragapult would have been pretty nice, but they're just going to be in that softening range here. It's just, I think the Dragapult this turn is just going to pull too far ahead, especially with no other energy on the board once this Roaring Moon goes down. Phantom Dive, of course, that last damage counter onto the Greninja. And then I think, yeah, they're just going to load it up onto the Flutter Mane. It's going to have 100 HP left. If they potentially yeet the tool with some other card and just get 4 more damage counters on there, it's another easy prize. But they did already play the Vacuum, and I don't believe Stubby has another way of removing a tool. No, from what I see in the list. The 1 copy of Vacuum is their tool removal. Pokegear has to find Sada, and it does. It finds
there's like nothing left in the deck. It had to. The problem is he doesn't have another wasn't ready. And he needed to find that. He really needed to find that energy off that.
Hmm. Now, the nest ball could be played.
Hey, turn.
The nest ball could get the Fez. And then you could draw. And again, it is a liability, but if you don't attack, they just decide to trap the Luminion in the active and pass it over. Half of the psychic energy that Stubby has is in play right now. It could also be in the discard pile. I definitely believe we've seen some get discarded for retreats. So Recon's going to be able to look at those top 2 cards, put one in their hand, put one on the bottom of the deck, just kind of scrying through what's available to them right now. They have a massive hand. 11 cards now after that Recon directive. So there's a fire energy, attach, retreat. And they can't take 2 prizes this turn.
But they'll win in the next 2 turns.
Yeah, we're on a clock here, and I just don't think they're going to be able to take 5 prize cards here to get through this. It's a 5-1, yeah, and then we see the concession here. It's just over at this point. I think I would have wanted to go for the Fez. I know I'm already probably losing at this point in time. I think that nest ball for the Fez to find the energy so they can guarantee the KO and not be completely outpaced of the game. That also forces your opponent to have a boss. And of course, you know, we don't have access to how many cards they've played, but they only played 1 boss in that Dragapult list. So that 1 boss could have been prized. It could have been in the bin. It could have still been in the deck. So it's really hard to say, you know, what they ultimately could have done.
All right, I'm double checking something. Sorry, we had a player who was saying some stuff about like throwing games to their opponents, first round opponents, like win percentage. So I'm trying to see if they were showing up and like just automatically scooping, or what were they doing?
That sounds like some unsportsmanlike conduct.
Yeah, I'm going to go actually drop them as we're sitting here, and I'm probably going to give them a ban.
Valid decision. I agree. Please, people, play by the spirit of the game. Have a good time. I'm going to swear. Don't be a dick.
Yeah. I've had people like message me about people doing things, other stuff, but I mean, I went and looked at their other matches, and they just picked up like they were ready. They were doing that. So sorry, but I'm double checking here.
Well, do you want to throw the world stream up while we wait?
Yeah, is the game going? What did they do?
Yeah, we got
up against Kel Connor. Local to me.
Yeah, and Jesse's local for me.
Oh no, locals match.
East Coast versus the West Coast. Superior battles.
Okay, his next game he didn't scoop it, but he also went, you can't win today. Like he's telling his opponents that I need to go like look up maybe more history, but for now they're gonna get a ban until they either train up or they talk to me about it. So
yeah, if they come back, apologize, say they were sorry, maybe we'll just give them a little slap on the wrist and call it a day. But so Cal is on the Gardevoir. Jesse over here with the Miraidon. Throwback to the beginning of last season, I live streamed a League Cup in Ohio, and the finals was my wife Emily and Jesse. So that was an awesome game to cast, and to see Jesse after that cup go and do so good at Pittsburgh and the rest of the season, to see them here, tearing it up at Worlds. I very much enjoy this sort of action here.
You know what's surprising? I've been in tons of cups with Cal Connor in it. I've never played him. Like either one of us cuts and the other one doesn't.
What's the saying? It's like dodging a bullet or whatever, I guess.
Yeah. It's like when
I'm not saying you couldn't beat Cal Connor, Doom. You know, it's gonna be an uphill battle.
We actually played on the same
Connor.
We actually played on the same team challenge team in season 3.
Yeah.
It was me, him, Mellow Magikarp, and I don't remember who our fourth was, and I feel bad.
That's a pretty stacked team.
I would love the team challenge to come back, and there's so much I could talk about with it. And like there's so much to the team building. Like one of the things is like people got those lists, they made them public. Like you can't come in with the same list every week because then someone's going to out tech you. And that's what happened to us in round 3 is our opponents played Reggies, but they threw in the Reggie that would beat one of our decks. One of the Regidragos. I was like, well, if we changed our decks, then that tech becomes useless. But they were hoping that we didn't. And they could see if you change your deck week by week. Like it says when you submitted your list. So then it becomes, oh, they submitted the list and it's like they never did, so they got to be playing the same list from last week. So it was important to like every week change your list, even if it's the same, just resubmit it. So they didn't know what they were coming up against. And there was so much to that. And I top 128'd the 3 I competed in, which is fine. Like and 3 of the 4, I ended up with only 3 teammates. Not 3 teammates, 3 of us all together. Our 4th had a drop, or our 4th didn't show up. So we were already at a disadvantage. I still dragged my teams to that.
I feel like at that point they should have let everyone have like an alternate that like, you know, got second at one of the qualifiers that the team could vote on or whatever. That would have been an interesting dynamic to bring somebody else in.
So I had a friend tell me Cal is playing Stamp in his. He's playing the Great Ink Ninja. I don't have a Great Ink Ninja in my list. I don't know if it's worth it. When I'm watching the list, I'm like, what can they do here? Like I just put the keys in like earlier today. Like Cal has to have like a response this turn.
If not, Hands is
winning,
pumping its fist at you. Yeah. It's typically favored for like the Miraidon / Hands decks over Gardevoir. The aggression, the speed, the ability to take multiple prizes off a single prize Pokemon is such a threat when the whole point of your deck in the first place is to slow the game down and use these single prize Pokemon to, you know, come from behind and take big knockouts with things. But
you know how you stop them? You play Mimikyu.
Mimikyu is really good. That forces them to maybe have a clone, which I'd be shocked if Jesse has a canceling clone in his deck. You could see Mew and things like Heavy Baton and Experience Share, or manually attaching to it to, you know, copy the Mimikyu and drop the damage counters right back on it. But it's just ultimately not something you see them include.
And look, he's wearing the Tabletop Village shirt. All right, someone in chat asked, I already responded to him, could someone theoretically play Snorlax Stall and redeem the show my match on stream channel reward every round? I would honor the first one, but after that, I would not.
Yeah, I don't think you want us to all fall asleep.
Even if they're not playing Snorlax Stall, I would not honor it after the first one unless it was a really weird, awesome deck and they were like 4-0, and then they're 5-0, and then they're 6-0. It's like, oh, yeah, no, we're going to watch this. So I do have, talking about even seeing team jerseys here, I have an idea. I wanted to make a fake team jersey that people could go like on a GoFundMe and get so you can make it look like you're sponsored, but you're not. Like even coming up with a fake like sponsored name. So I wouldn't be like doomed on it. My stuff, I'm not gonna make you pay to sponsor. I would just come up with some fake card shop.
And it would have to have like a ridiculous name.
Right. And then we have like your name on number on the back, and like people could like figure it out. Like I was trying to look up like Latin for like fake, but it didn't sound good if I remember right.
You know, like how people will get like tattoos in like Chinese or Japanese in their body, but it just says like the stupidest thing ever.
Yeah.
And then they tell everyone, oh, it means like peace or love or whatever, but it's like it's actually like Baja Blast.
Yeah. Actually, I wonder if that's in Latin. Fictus is for fake. Baja Blast. Latin is Baja Blast.
Okay. That doesn't work very well. Jeez. Okay.
I tried waifu machine just to see. It's waifu mechana.
That sounds like a real thing. Like I'm sure that probably exists already.
Cards Are Us actually would be pretty good.
You would totally have to like bootleg the old Toys R Us logo.
Yeah. Oops, gonna take the 190 here. Oh, hey, matches are done. Let's actually make sure we don't have any ties. Oh, we have a tie. 2 ties, actually.
Why do people tie?
Yeah, Camp, what's up? Oh, actually, one person reported as a loss. Right before time, so I'm actually going to honor that. If someone reports that as a loss, that means you're being honest to me. Especially right before time, I'll fix it.
Yeah, that's an easy repair.
Yeah. If someone reports a loss, I'll take that. I used to like give rewards for that kind of thing. Yeah, and then the person just requested the judge and went, oh, he already fixed it.
Okay, so the stream game is paused. Now they're cutting away and
I'm
showing the casters in the corner.
I think there's a judge call. Does anyone in chat know what the judge call is? I don't have the audio on.
Now, I will say there was a judge call earlier today, and I felt like it took way too long for what it was. And that was like one of the games I did kind of miss because I was watching while I was at work. But I do remember looking over. Oh, judge call. Helping some customers, doing whatever, coming back. Oh, judge call. Oh, we gotta help somebody. Come back, judge call. Jesse's shaking his head out into the crowd.
Yeah. Was it something Cal did or something he did?
I don't know. The last thing I saw was Jesse placing damage counters on Iron Hands. So whatever it was, it had to have happened during Cal's turn. They both look like they've been scolded as like little kids in school by the teacher. And they don't know how to like look and react. Like teacher's like, I told you not to copy his homework, and what did you do? You copied his homework.
Yeah, it was one the person could see it because it said they had no way to win. And I'm just like, okay. Just leave it as is. There's no timeout mechanic to it. And this other game is no one's called. They're past time, so we're moving on. I don't want to sit here all night. Too many ties tonight as it is.
Remember, friends, pick up your pace of play. If not, you can go play somewhere else.
And if anybody can tell us what the judge call for this is, that'd be great, as we'll look up who we have for our side.
Both Jesse and Cal just both look so sad right now. Like Jesse's sitting there playing with a dice and Cal's fidgeting with his cards. They're somebody done fudged up.
Let's see. Nelson, that's a Stalax match. Let's get Savid on. I haven't had Savid on tonight.
The Turbo Roaring Moon.
Prince Vortex, God gives the hardest challenges to his favorites. Let's see if you can. I asked him, I haven't received everything back yet, but we'll see. We still have other matches we can still jump to. Like, who is Lauren up against? 3-1. I just want to make sure it's a matchup that we can actually watch and not something that is Reggie Drago. That could actually be a match if we can. So that'll be our backup match. Come on, mute and see if I can hear it.
Yeah, I'm curious as to what really is going on here with this penalty. Oh, judge coming in. All right, they're huddling.
So they're trying to figure out what the actual thing is. It looks like we have an ID going, possibly.
A little early for ID.
All right. Does Savid ever jump onto a table? Yeah, there he is. All right. As soon as he gets going, we'll get the R game up. As we're trying to listen here and find out what happened, because like judge calls on stream are always interesting. Like,
in other news, in the VG side today, Wolf Glick 8-0, 16-0 in games.
Dang, he is just killing.
We kind of have figured, by now he's one of the GOATs of VG. But to go 16-0 in games at the World Championships, shout out to Wolf, man. Whew.
Looks like our game is up. Let me get it up on our side.
Savid is cooking. Looking at the list. 3 Moon, 2 Little Moon, Squawk, Pecharunt, Fez, Greninja, 4 Sada, 2 Judge, a Boss for the supporters, 9 Dark Energy, and tons of Turbo item action. And the Binding Moki, actually, to increase the damage output. I very much like that a lot. Pokestop does send that Moki to the discard pile, so it's long gone. Ultra Ball. They can get rid of this Pokegear, the Dark Energy. Sada is in live next turn. I assume we're going to see either Squawk or Roaring Moon, since this is the first turn of the game. Squawk's kind of good, but also they have the boss, the double Sada in hand. So kind of just losing that is a little unfortunate. Second Pokestop is a backup Stadium plus the Dark Patch. It might just be moon time here. We're on the real moon hours. Yep, Moon is locked in here. Bench, Dark Patch gets that energy that was discarded, the Ultra Ball back, and then just passing it over. So they can find an energy next turn between Sada and an attachment. Moon can just bop whatever. They're gonna have to go for the big KO on the Raging Bolt. And then the Pokestop kind of does them dirty. They only get a retrieval off of that. Another Bolt sent to the bin. As well as a Pokestop. Iron Bundle coming down. Feels pretty good there. If they're able to pop off this turn and get a KO. You definitely want to KO the Moon over the Pecharunt. You need an extra energy to do it. But, I mean, the Moon is the real threat. Pecharunt's not going to take prizes till the tail end of the game. There's the Hyper Blower. Bundle to the bin. Here comes the moon. Night Stretcher grabs the bundle back, puts the bundle back in play. And do we see a burst roar, or do they have something else going on here? And yeah, burst roar, just going to discard these 4 cards, draw 6. And now that the moon is in the active, they just need to attach with a Asada and find an energy for turn. Trekking shoes helps them dig a little bit deeper. There's the vessel.
There's the vessel.
So they've got it here. I could see the vessel eating the Pokestop, grabbing 2, or they're gonna go ahead and rip the stop first. Energy into the bin. Dark Patch. Heavy ball grabs another moon out of the prize cards, but they don't have any Pokemon in the prize cards. I am delusional.
From chat, they're saying the cow got called on slow play.
Interesting.
Yeah. Just update on that side. Oh yeah, the Friends Vortex just said it too.
All right, Vessel sends the dark in hand to the bin. 2 more darks there. Dark Patch onto the Pekka-Runt. Pekka-Runt can take some big KOs later in the game. It does 60 for every prize card your opponent has taken. And then yeah, Frenzied Gouging. There's not really a way for Calamity Storm to get a KO here. If that Binding Moki wasn't lost to the Pokestop and they had other Pokemon in play, they could kind of pivot around that way and then, you know, bop the stadium and do a little bit extra damage with being poisoned, but not happening. Finds Night Stretcher Dark Energy. And yeah, they're just left with just a bundle. Ogerpon comes down now, so they're not going to bench out here. Double Ogerpon.
Hey, there's a game.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the action now.
Things are going. Thank you for being able to carry when I'm not able to, when I'm dealing with different things.
Oh, it's fine.
We had someone realize after 2 rounds that we gave their opponent the win.
I'm a motor mouth. I could run this whole game. Nest Ball for the Baby Shocks. Baby Shocks actually can get a KO here. They don't have to commit over to an Ogerpon with energy switches. They do have to get this bundle out of the active though as well.
Which even then, do you want it out of the active right now?
I think they want to take a KO here. I mean, take 2 prizes on this moon. Attacking with the Ogerpon kind of feels bad, but the Baby Shocks, as long as you have those energy in play for 1 energy, you're bopping. They find a boss off the Pokegear, which could bring up the Pekka-Runt, but again, you know, that bundle is just kind of chilling. They can't attach to the bundle and the Shocks unless they happen to find Asada. Vessel gets rid of that copy of boss though for another grass and a fighting onto the Shocks. Switch card out the bundle, and Sandy Shocks coming in is going to be able to take the KO on the moon because it, you know, it self-inflicts. And you know, you're doing 90 damage anyways.
No. Oh yeah, they are. It only takes 1 energy, isn't it?
Yeah, it only needs 1 energy. Yeah, it only needs 1 energy as long as you have 3 energy cards in play. It doesn't 90 damage or 70 or 90, one or the other. I'm dyslexic. I don't know my numbers.
I don't either.
Greninja hits the bench as well. Concealed cards, draws them some more cards, cycling through their deck a little bit more. Pokestop definitely came in the clutch for them to help them find the Greninja. So they have Pokemon in play. They're gonna get a 2 prize KO here, and I mean, Asada extra energy here. I don't think it was needed. I feel like that Asada could have been saved for the next turn. They find a Nest Ball off the Asada. Here's the Bolt, and it's gonna have no energy attached to it. I feel like I would have potentially rather just take the KO with the Shocks and then maybe cycle your way through. They would have found the Nest Ball, if not from the top of the deck, from drawing for turn or the Pokestop, either way anyway. So they would have been able to get the Bolt in play and then Sada and have energy onto it. But yeah, 90 damage with that Magnetic Burst and 2 prizes from that tiny little baby Sandy Shocks. And yeah, I mean, Pekka-Runt could take a KO on Sandy Shocks for an attachment for turn. They've got Night Stretcher to get that back, and the Unfair Stamp off the rip too.
Ooh, Cilio's Network. Doom regional winner is on a winning in at 5-1-1.
Let's go, Luke.
Let's go. I really needed to like just bring him on as a caster for one of these at some point.
I would say
not one of these ones like the regionals, or at least interview him.
Yeah, I would say I think he's kind of a stickler for going to bed.
No, I don't
pretty
blame him.
early.
Like, he's even like with the regional stuff he's played, and he just went like, I'm done.
Yep. So funny stories. You know, when we go to regionals, we get to hang out with Luke and our good friend Sonny. And Luke's always like, yeah, I'm just gonna go to the hotel, and Sonny's like, let's go out and, you know, have some drinks or go out for dinner or whatever and hang out and do things. Every once in a blue moon, we'll get to hang out with Luke. Pittsburgh regionals, we had a bunch of us. We ate at Condados. It was a good time. But for the most part, Luke will go to bed and say, screw you.
That's fair.
I don't blame him.
I need to think more of myself on like how I deal with regionals. But then again, I don't even know if I'll get a regional this year yet. Like, hopefully they announce the rest of the regionals this weekend.
Yeah, that would be nice to get some information out of Worlds here for the rest of the schedule.
Like, am I going to Portland? Am I going to Vancouver? Or am I going, or do neither exist?
Now, you know, we have some flight credit thanks to getting bumped coming back from NAIC. So we're considering coming to the West Coast for one. Hopefully we get to.
I kind of wanted to do Sacramento, but it's Mrs. Doom's birthday weekend.
That's what we were thinking, but you know, at the same time, that's like pretty close to Thanksgiving.
It's the week before.
So, yeah, it's a little bit rough. I could totally get the time off, but it's a matter of having the excess spending money on top of whatever else the cost of the flight the credit might not cover. Baby Moon though, coming back here, counter catcher, going for it, hits the tails, so can't quite get there.
Hey, prizes are prizes.
Yeah, I feel like the counter catcher probably, or I'm sorry, the Pokemon catcher probably would have just brought up the Greninja, removed some of their draw engine off the board.
Also, possibly the Iron Bundle, just to remove the gust effect.
Yeah, the threat of being bumped backwards here. But that was quite the turn we saw. I know we were talking about regionals and Luke and everything, but
hey, people in this chat, they know what to expect. Off-topic discussions.
And you got to remember, kids, it's after 1 a.m. for me here on the East Coast, and I am normally in bed by midnight at the absolute latest.
I usually go to bed on non-stream nights at about 9:30.
Yeah, there you go. So you're pushing it on stream nights then, especially on the tournament nights.
Well, I know I am. Mrs. Doom also is gracious enough to allow me to sleep in on Saturday mornings. And that's because she goes out and gets coffee and breakfast with the kid, takes a nice drive, sees things. So there's a trade-off. There's no chores in. And then I get up, I do all the chores in the morning. I take care of everything that I can. I do chores on other days, not just Saturdays, but someone asked that once, so you only do chores on Saturday? No. It's just I get up and I do it all because there's no one around.
That'd be the dream, man. Only have to do it one day a week.
That's what people pay for maids for.
All right, so trekking shoes, he eats the Poke Gear, they take the next card. I'm not quite sure what else they got going on. Pokestop loses another Bolt, another energy, and a Squawk. Squawk is fine going to the bin. They're going to have to attach and swing with the Ogerpon here. Again, they're going to go down to 3 prizes this way, and I feel like
they're both at 3 prizes, though.
Yeah.
I don't believe either player has a way of taking multiple prizes a turn.
Raging Bolt comes up. Another Bolt hits the bench. We see the attachment onto the Bolt. And is this where the bundle comes in? I feel like if they use the bundle, though, they're just going to promote the Radiant Greninja to keep that prize trade the way it is. No, Belling Thunder just going to take the knockout on the moon here. Have to discard 2 energies, though, for a single prize. Deck is getting pretty small. The hand's pretty small. They're definitely going to run out of resources here. Whereas the Dark deck can just keep recurring a little bit more thanks to Dark Patch and Sada versus, you know, just the Sadas on the Bolt side. Pokegear finds a judge. They go ahead and take it to thin out the deck. I don't know if I would potentially play that this turn. You've got Flip the Script to draw 3. You've got concealed cards to draw 2 more. There's a lot of different pieces that you've got access to. Boss in hand is pretty good. But again, not really anything that can attack here. Pokestop does send another Sod of the bin, which probably would have been the preferred supporter for turn. Finds another catcher. So Pekkarunt maybe taking a KO. Pekkarunt for another energy can swing for 180 with him taking 3 prize cards. So that could knock out either the Greninja or the bundle. I don't know how I feel about either of those. I feel like you want to take 2 this turn.
Just to put the pressure.
Yes. And if you don't, I mean, if you take a single, it is acceptable. It is, because then you just know you have to get through a bolt. But there's not enough resources right now to where, looking at their hand, I mean, they just don't have any energy acceleration left. The saws are gone. Going for the catcher. This has to hit heads so they can save the boss, and they do hit the heads. So here comes the bundle. And yeah, I think Pekkarunt, we're just going to see that swing here for a whopping 180 damage. Irritated Outburst.
Actually, okay, 180, and then it does 180 to itself, doesn't it?
No, it just does 60 for every prize card that your opponent's taken.
Okay, so that's where we got the 180 from? Or
Yeah. Yep, it's 60x. 60x prizes they've taken.
Okay, I thought I read the card as said 180 base. So it's actually not bad to finish out the game if they were able to.
In my loyal 3 deck, I've definitely ended the game with Pekkarunt before. They've taken, 4 or 5 prize cards. I use that, get it poisoned with Janines, put the Moki on there. You can hit 280. You can hit for 340 if you need to win the game if they have 1 prize card left and you poison yourself. Hand Trimmer, getting rid of all this excess fat from their hands. I mean, I guess it didn't do anything to them. They have to discard nothing. I mean, I don't know. They have the boss, they have the stretcher, they have the pal pad. I think with the pal pad and boss in hand now, with the vessel and stretcher and Pokestop, you're almost guaranteed to find whatever you're missing with the Flip the Script and the Radiant Greninja. Like, they're going to draw to 4 cards here. Night Stretcher can get Pekkarunt and they can pivot around however they want to. They find a catcher. So, I mean, pal pad puts the Sadas back in the deck. And then you're going to find it no matter what. You're going to draw 3 with Flip the Script. There it is. The Sada is going to attach the energy. You're going to draw the last couple cards in your deck.
2 of them there.
Dark patch. So yeah, the dark patch here. And then they need to just play the stretcher, get an energy, attach, retreat. Or if you want to be a fool, you get the Pekkarunt. You force the Pekkarunt to switch up the moon. And then Unga Bunga, Frenzied Gouging. And that's the power of Pekkarunt, baby.
That's the power of Roaring Moon. Such a pain in the ass to shiny hunt, too. Oh.
At least you know when you see one.
Yeah.
It's so bright.
There's some bad ones. Like, at least, okay, like, a Alolan Raichu was fairly easy. Because, like, at least there's a difference in the browns. Pichu. There's hardly a difference.
Yeah, same with Pikachu too. It's not that much of a difference. It's just like a darker yellow.
So looking at this right now, our top right now, we got Blocklex, we got Iron Thorns, we've got Miraidon. Cash is 5-0 with Miraidon
while doing Pokestat stuff.
Turbo Roaring Moon 5-0. Alexa 4-1. Raging Bolt Orgrimmon 4-1. 4-1 Nimbo with the Iron Thorns. Lauren 4-1 with the Iron Thorns. Raging Bolt 4-1. Rosborn and Sneaky Old Crab coming in with Drago and Charizard. Valorous, they're playing the Loyal 3. Dobby 4-1. Who did they lose to? Oh, they lost this round. I can see why they lost to Iron Thorns. You lose access to stuff like your Lumineon. Yeah, quite a good few 4-1s. We still got things going. We still got a lot of players still playing. I mean, we got Professor Arson here against Lugia. That's an interesting matchup. It's Gardevoir versus Lugia. Because, like, you can kind of trade one prizers. It can be kind of difficult. But at the same time, they also, if you don't play Temple or, like, Enhanced Hammer, they can prevent you from taking a prize. Which I don't know if they play that or not. Let's go find out.
Yeah, there's a lot of different lines of play that can be taken.
I do not see Enhanced Hammer in their list. So that, and you know they're playing Legendary Energy or whatever's Legacy Energy. So you know that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how this match was going. I know Jesse won game 1. And he looks like he's setting up really well for game 2.
I'm still curious as to what that penalty was, how it was resolved.
What I was told was Cal was warned, I guess even almost multiple times. Someone else said it was only once about slow play.
I mean, it sure took him 20 minutes to warn him about slow play, which was
previously in the tournament.
Oh, earlier on. So escalated penalties. Okay.
Escalated. Right. So they had going like they were calling it on him, and then they went, and that's what the judge thing was about. It was like they were confirming that there was warning calls to it because they write all that down. I mean, I write down penalties with people. I just actually banned someone tonight. Well, you heard me talking about it, so I mean that stuff happens.
Yes.
Because I went through their history, and then I went through another tournament and looked up their history, and it was just not good. It's just, it's if you're coming out as essentially against the what's the word? We go spirit of the game. You be like, I'm going to lose and donk. I don't want you to win. Like you said, I'm not swearing, but your intention's really not there.
No, not in the slightest.
So
Cal's got an evolution play, and Jesse's got double Iron Hands. One of them just needs one more energy. It looks like no, that's a double turbo on there. So he just needs to be able to switch out, and he can start amping. And I feel like Jesse's way far ahead of Cal right now. Arvin in hand, if there's a switch card in his list. Oh, for a Seal Stone as well, but he doesn't have any Pokemon V in play to attach it to.
I hate to go womp womp. I'm gonna go womp womp. And we're just waiting on 4 matches our half. Next round will be the last round of Worlds, and probably when Worlds finishes up, we'll be in top 8.
The real tournament. I'll throw the shade at TPC. I think I'm on their bad boy list now. So
you too.
I think I don't know what I did to fall out of the graces of John Pikachu himself, but so hey. I'm not afraid to speak my mind against Big Pika anymore.
Can 6-2 make it tonight? Possibly. Don't ever count it out. I think we had 6-2s make it last week. Some people just want to play and watch the world burn.
Yeah, we're at the point now where people are going to start IDing to lock it.
And then some people won't because they just don't want to.
Yeah, they want to play the game. They want to, enjoy it for what it is. Or they don't know that that's a valid option.
Yeah, that's come up too. Like, this is the first time I'm in top 8. Someone in my Discord said I should probably clean loads up ladder match. Yeah, I've done that. I should probably work load up ladder match. I should pay attention during this meeting.
I'm so cheap I can't pay attention. Come on.
100%. Zapdos. Going to Zappy.
I mean, that pushes the amp back to valid numbers.
There was someone posted like their the card, the list they're playing against had 3 Mimikyus in it. I don't know if it was a control deck or what, but part of me was like, I kind of like that. Make the Miraidon matchup kind of winnable. Make Iron Thorns 100% winnable, but I mean, at what cost?
It looked like Jesse for a second there was like really signaling down on the Zapdos. It might have been like a judge saying it's not a KO, but then like he's like, nah, I got Zapdos, dog.
It's there. That's 120.
That was a plus 10, bro. I'm hitting for 110.
110. That's what I need. Math. This definitely feels like it's out of Cal's hands. Like,
yeah, it's
okay.
One prize card, 2 prize cards remaining here. 2 loaded iron hands. No matter what Cal attacks with, I think also Jesse had boss in his hand, but it just got Iono'd away. Finds the switch card, finds the energy. I mean, he's got restart with Mew, so he could attach this energy down somewhere. Restart for 2 potentially, or 3 if you burn the switch cart. So I mean,
hey, want to hear something really cool? The round's over with time extra.
Let's go.
Ending the round.
That doesn't happen often.
Actually, I'm just giving it a minute, just a minute, just in case someone like early said something and then gets in there. It's never happened, but
speak now, players, or forever hold your peace.
I have no idea what that's about, but I am just going to ban that. Best viewers on, and then it had the link blocked. So I'm assuming that's.
Yeah, you have your auto mod set up to block links by non-VIPs or whatever, so you're in a good spot there.
I figure that's a ban.
Yeah, that's a bot.
It's been so long since I've had a bot.
They've been coming back. They've been coming back around again recently. It's kind of weird, you know. When you start getting up there over 10 viewers, the bots come back and they're trying to solicit their BS on you. You know.
Well, honestly, I've been over 70 for weeks. This is the first week I've been in chat here that's like around 30, and the reason why
it's
worlds. So. We need to find a match. We do have Lauren against Turbo Roaring Moon. Oh, that's also who's CZ up against? CZ. We haven't had them on tonight. That's a 3-2. I would prefer to get someone a little bit higher. No offense. What is let's see what their matchup is. Drag Polt versus Zard. Anybody else up high? Savid, U3, Cash, Nelson. I mean, we could watch Miraidon versus Stall because Nelson can stream.
Yeah, we can get Nelson in here, then we can have the Stall POV. Cash is a little too preoccupied, and yet somehow is still 5-0. Totally not live tweeting Worlds. While also being 5-0 in a tournament. All like just the testament of that man right now. He's absolutely cooking.
I don't think Cash wants me to scream it. It's gonna curse him.
Well, Cash, it's do or die, brother.
There he is. Let's go join Nelson.
Okay.
There we go. All right, we'll get them. We'll see from stall side, but this will be interesting because I've watched Maridon just run over stall before. Like they're just, I'm too quick, or I've got all this stuff. You just can't stop me. I mean, Vancouver Regionals, I watched it beat it.
There's many possible outcomes that could happen.
So we'll definitely see this and see what happens.
I broke into the Sweet Tart Scummies to give me a little bit of an extra pep. So don't mind me if you hear some bags rustling.
I always eat on stream.
Mm-hmm.
So many different bags of Doritos, so many different other things. Let's see, checking out everything.
My Mountain Dew is all gone. I'm halfway through my water, so this might be the game where I like run to the water cooler and refill after I finish drinking this water.
Yeah, no, I'm debating if I want to go grab another soda or not. All right, as they started, it looks like they have, or at least gotten the screen up. There we go. Nelson's a local to me, or at least he is right now.
Okay.
I believe he's moving, that's why. Nelson, if you're in chat, you can tell me different. But make sure that's all right. Round 6.
We looked at Nelson's list earlier. They've got the Chi Yu in there, so if Cash goes a little too unga bunga, Chi Yu could potentially reap the benefits there. Waiting on the coin flip.
I think tonight has been the most judge calls I've had in a while.
Blame Worlds. It's all Worlds' fault. Ooh, the Chi Yu start is a little bit rough here. Nelson does have to go first. Rips the lax off the top, has the nest ball, so we're going to see the Rotom here. Instant charge, going to go through the deck real quick. Check what's prized. Plenty of choices to be had here. And yeah, instant charge. Draw 3, pass it over to Cash. Nest ball, Stretcher Artisan in hand. Has plenty of supporters as well. So let's see if Cash can take an early 2 prize lead. Benches the Maridon. Tandem unit's probably going to pop off right out of the gate. Most likely going to see something like the Iron Hands, the Raikou. Raichu is a valid choice as well. Zapdos is already in play, so everything's going to be able to do 10 more damage.
How many switch outs does Cash have?
So I see 2 switch carts
and a prime catcher.
And a prime catcher. Yeah.
All right. So right now there's 4 prizes out there with a possibility of a 5th. Okay. This could go
Tandem
well.
Unit. Yeah, Tandem Unit grabs Raichu and Iron Hands. We see an energy attached to the Maridon.
Which is the right call.
Yep, it can hit high enough. Yep. Raichu needs too much energy to KO either Chi Yu or Rotom, but Cass is just going to pass. They're not going to go over the top, play too many cards down.
Oh,
Airy rips the
switch.
A double boss Ultra Ball in hand. So 1 of 3 switch outs already gone from the area here. Artisan grabs another Snorlax for Nelson. We're going to see the Bravery Charm onto the Chi Yu and another instant charge. Nelson is playing at light speed. I like to see that from a control play.
You need to. And here's the thing I always bring up every week. Because controls out there. If a control matchup is playing against each other, what ends up happening is whoever clocks out first in the chess clock loses. So if they're both going back and forth, that's what happens.
So Cash threw a research down, yeeting both of those bosses into the discard pile. Generator looking like it's going to hit some cards here. Miraidon only needs one more to attack. One onto the Raichu as well. Zapdos is still stuck in the active.
Surprisingly, the big charm is not going to stop the Miraidon from taking KO.
It does by 10 right now.
I thought Miraidon hit 230. That's 10.
220.
220. See, I don't play Miraidon. That's why you ask. That's why you make mistakes.
Mm-hmm. And Cash is just going to pass it back to Nelson. Nest Ball off the top. Artisan most likely going to grab Mimikyu now at this point. Nope. Thought about it for a second. Decides to switch back to the Snorlax.
Daycamp, I can confirm Azul's on the block lax because multiple people have tweeted out about him and Pokeflute.
Pokegear grabs a penny. We're going to see the flute here. Cash has Town Store, DTE, Lightning, and Arven in hand. Nelson's going to play Arven, grabs the Forest Seal Stone, and another flute for the next turn. Now, Cash could use that DTE as a pivot, and Nelson probably knows that they want to get the dude. Oh, and hits the freaking Squawkabilly off that second flute, and now the instant charge. Nope, going for this Forest Seal Stone actually here. Grabbing the fire energy. And are we just going to see the Singe? Rips the Arven and the energy off the top. Oh, okay. All right. Nelson's going on the aggressive here with the milling early on.
I mean, you should.
We already, yeah, I mean, Cash already has, multiple resources out the window. Attach for turn.
Rescue board.
Rescue board.
I do miss a skateboard. Skateboard was so good.
Man, the amount of times I get counter catcher mixed with great catcher, unfair stamp with reset stamp, the boards mixed together, like just these like modern versions of old cards. The old head in me just like habitually says the old cards.
Oh, same. Like I played so much great catcher. That's all I remember. And like a skateboard actually has a fond place in my heart. Not just because I love playing Jirachi with it. I traded a gold to skateboard for Mewtube. And that all Mewtube has done has gone up in value, and that skateboard is like at $2. Like,
all right.
Best deal of my life.
Photon Blaster onto the Chi-Yu. It's got 10 HP left, but here's the penny. Picks everything back up, sends the block lax up. And gonna go for the Artisan. Is this the Mimikyu turn finally? Nope. Snorlax is back once again. 4 laxes in play. Instant charge. Draws 3. Passes the turn. And Nelson's clock is behind Cash's. So that just shows you that Nelson is playing very quick, has the turns planned out, and is reacting to Cash's plays turn by turn. Now, Miraidon can attack. Photon Blaster does have that, if you use it, can attack next turn. So it has to leave the active. See the double turbo being attached to the hands and just passed back to Nelson. Rips a Pal Pad off the top, checking to see if they're going to play it. Goes to the Pokegear instead, finds Misfortune Sisters, which may be the supporter for turn, and it is here. Oh, finds the Prime Catcher and gets rid of it. So another switch out removed for Cash. Instant charge, drawing 3 more, finds Boss Silene and another Pokegear here. This is looking pretty bad for Cash right now. Cash can Photon Blaster, take a KO on the Snorlax. But I mean, at what point does it even matter now? There is the KO. They get a prize. And we're going to see the Rotom be selected here. They're double checking some numbers. Nope. Grabs the Snorlax instead. Block is in place once again. They've got Stretcher. They've got a counter catcher, which is now live. Instantly counter catchering up the Zapdos. Yes, it has the board. So it only needs one. Airy here, ripping the Super Rod off the top of the hand. And yeah, it's Cash is running out of options.
This is where control will go and 100% own a game is where they get the good Eerie, they get the good Misfortune Sisters, they get rid of your stuff. Like, what more can you do? That's what they're trying to do. Like we saw last week, Control went into top 8, went into finals. They played against Gardevoir. They missed every single accompanying flute. They never hit an Eerie. They never hit a Misfortune Sisters for what their opponent needed. And all their opponent did was just keep racking up damage. And then they like missed their silent flips. It was everything a Control player doesn't want.
Palpad put back a Airy and the Misfortune Sisters, and then we just see them roll off with the Rotom's instant charge. They ripped a Team Yell's Cheer and an Ogerpon, and it looks like there's a Rosic unless that was already there. They've also preemptively attached the Fire and the Charm to the Chi-Yu, just getting a little bit closer. Cash is just going to attach to the Zapdos, but it can't retreat with that block in place, and just passes. Their Pokegear here. They're probably looking for Airy again or Misfortune Sisters. Yeah, taking the Misfortune Sisters.
And the Misfortune Sisters is correct.
Pokegear again for the second Misfortune Sisters. Gonna go for the Penny. They're gonna pick up the Rotom and get out of here. Stone back in hand. Rebenching the Rotom, putting the Hero's Cape on it to protect it.
Gotta keep the Penny.
Yep. An instant charge once again. Massive hand.
I will say I still advocate for all Miraidon players to even now still put a one of your Tomb in your deck. I know they originally used it to make the Mew matchup better. It unintentionally makes the block lax mirror not mirror, but yeah, it's a mirror the matchup so much better because you shut down their ability to draw.
Last switch card played by Cash. Switch card now. Iron Hand's coming up. Arm press for 150 on the dot. Thanks to the Zapdos's extra damage.
We should just see another Great Catcher here. Or counter catcher.
See?
Yeah.
I said it. You did it.
Yeah. Well, I play so much of it. Or, you know what, Nuzcrew Bald Guy and chat says the Dusthorn Miraidon. That is actually legit. Like, you can really stop down Control because then you can hit them with an Iono late and like, why do I want to get 3 cards off this Iono?
Yep. You're forcing them to take prize cards that they don't want to take. You're also invalidating their tool cards with the Dust Noir. So it is a valid play. Counter catcher. Here it is. Bringing up the Squawk. Snorlax is chilling like a villain, and we're going to see instant charge once again. Switch cart. There's the bird and another Palpad.
Okay, I do have to tell you about a combo I've pulled with Charizard. I was just messing around with it. Against Control, you play a one of Xerosic.
Okay.
You let them get this huge hand until they have like 2 or 3 left in the deck.
And just rip. See you later, bud.
And then hit him the next turn with Iono, and they deck themselves out.
So Cash used Squawk to motivate. Another counter catcher. It's going to bring up the Mew.
Okay, it does knock. If they play it right, like they can still keep going, but it puts it so much. It puts so many tools out of their hand. Like all of a sudden, oh no, I can't start counter catching now, and like they lose a lot of game ability.
Double heads on the Siamese.
Jeez, there's the Palpad. And the counter catcher.
One counter catcher. Yep.
What's up, Charles? I'm doing pretty good. Just watching Tournament of Doom tonight as we are getting ready. As I know Worlds is coming into the last round, and we're getting closer to our top 8, which I will update standings for everyone who is in there because I have not seen who is where. My focus has been all over the place. Iron Thorns is 6-0 and Iron Thorns is 5-1.
I will say Cash has done a really good job of spreading their energy around to where just about everything is a valid attacker except for the Raichu. For Sealstone, though, does let them search for something here. Again, other most of their switch cards, I think they're all gone. Both switch cards, the prime catcher, they're out. So they could potentially have searched for a boss. Nope, goes for the generator and whiffs.
The generator.
So that might have been the card searched by the stone. They could gust up the Rotom. They gust up the other Snorlax. And gonna go for the restart for 1. Mimic you off the top. Charm on the Snorlax. Misfortune Sisters once again. Can't take anything there. Double turbo onto the Mew. We're gonna see genome hacking, copying, collapse. Mew goes to sleep.
All right, I need to jump off this for a second, chat. I've just got something I need to watch on the other side. So I apologize. I just do not want this on stream just because. And Steuben, if you can just keep even talking about what's going on.
Yeah.
You get a surprise here.
We've got a lot of action right now. So the Misfortune Sisters was played here. And we're going to see a heads on the sleep. So Mew does wake up. Genome hacking can be used again to get a KO on the Snorlax. Mew's going to go back to sleep. But again, cash is down to 3 prizes remaining. Every Pokemon on Cash's side of the board can attack. Now, Raichu V, of course, only has 1 energy on it. So if you're going to go ahead and attack with that, you have to discard a lot of energy. A Bravery Charm is going to be played on the Snorlax here. Counter Catcher back up the Squawkabilly. And it looks like they may just go for the Zerosic. We'll see what Cash decides to discard here. Discards a Research and Iron Hands, perfectly valid discard targets. Another Palpad coming back down. Misfortune Sisters, Silene going back into the deck. 10 cards now in the deck. And Instant Charge, bringing it down to 7 cards in the deck. Binds the Silene off the Instant Charge so they can continue to do the loop here. Cash is also down to 10 cards, 4 in hand. Lightning Energy attached to the Raichu V. And we might just see a Motivate for 20 from Cash, which can attach energy from the discard pile. There is the Vacuum, discarding the Arven. Probably just going to go ahead and get rid of the Hero's Cape. So that way, you know, they only have to worry about Bravery Charms for so much. And Motivate does 20 damage. Checking the discard pile. 1 more energy onto the Raichu V. Yeah, now officially everything can attack. Their Counter Catcher ripped off the top here. Airy can't hit anything. There's just a Vitality Band in Cash's hand. And I think, you know, they've supported for turn. They're not instant charging. There's 6 cards left in the deck. We're starting to get closer on the clocks. They're only behind by a minute now. Another Motivate for 20 damage. Now, you know, Motivate only does so much at just 20 damage. So they've got a lot of time before they have to worry about playing like Penny or whatever here to pick up that Snorlax. Their hand size is insane, but here is the Team Yells cheer. They're just going to go ahead and put back Snorlax, Misfortune Sisters, and looks like the Zerosic Machinations. An Instant Charge once again. Rotom really is like the enabler of the control decks, in my opinion. I don't know.
100%.
I don't know what happens after rotation for control with Rotom gone.
We still have a few months to figure that out. What I was doing, I don't like playing slow play calls up on stream. I just wanted to watch it. I don't know if you saw into the game either. But yeah, it was just taking too long. I can slow count out 15 seconds, multiple turns after I've warned you. And then yeah, it's going to be a slow play call.
Misfortune Sisters finds nothing here.
At least the nice thing is even I can still watch a thumbnail and see if actions are being played after the initial watch. So like I get my bearings and then I make the call.
Mm-hmm.
So again, this is always transparency with what's happening with the tournament.
Silene for the flips. Heads.
Double
oh
heads my god,
again.
he just doesn't miss.
The double heads every single time. Team Yell Cheer, Palpad. We are in loop territory, chat.
Yeah. Does Cash have any other ways of restoring his deck?
I don't think so. I'm looking at the list. I think everything's just either spoken for or played. We know there's a Vitality Band in their hand. It's not doing them any good. It's about over here for Cash.
That's why I'm wondering here if the Chi-Yu coming in and just starts milling is enough.
Penny picking up, and yep, here we go. Another Lax on the bench.
Ooh.
Almost attached the wrong tool there.
I think you gotta do the charm. You gotta do the charm because if they come up and write you, yeah, they would need like they would need like Iono Raichu here.
One card left in deck now for Cash.
And if it's not Iono in that hand,
we have the retreat.
There's the Miraidon.
Could you imagine if they had two cards in deck and they sent the Mew up and copied it?
Vitality Band? Oh my god, that would have been funny. I've seen that happen too.
Band takes the KO. Two prize cards here, but yeah, Cash just
sitting on. You can't use the attack again unless somehow there is another switch in there, which I believe we've accounted for all the switches.
Team Yelchier puts some cards back into the deck, back up to 5. Nest Ball into the Chi-Yu. They have the switch card. They have the Night Stretcher. It is GG's. There it is.
I mean, Cash still brought it almost to the end.
Yeah, one prize remaining. A very well played board. Energy on all of the Pokemon.
Pressure every turn attacking.
If there would have been like the slightest misplay or misclick on Nelson's side, Cash could have stolen the game there at the very end with the Mew copying the Jealousy Singe. If that would have just been 2 cards instead of that 3, that one extra card being the difference between winning and losing there.
Yeah, like just some bad mills and bad area. Otherwise, he played it very well for a guy who's distracted.
For someone who's running someone else's Twitter account right now, yes, insane plays from Cash.
Like, let people go, okay, stall can be boring. This wasn't a boring matchup.
Not at all.
Cash put all the pressure, kept it going, kept it there. It wasn't just like he's drew pass. He's like, I want to motivate. I want to keep hitting you. 20 damage is 20 damage. It's going to add up, right? But with that, we do have block Snorlax Stall at 6-0. He would get Iron Thorns next round. Okay, that's the question. Does Iron Thorns win this matchup? Because
it does stop the Rotom.
It does stop the Rotom. They play stuff like Judge, but Nelson does play things like Fan.
Yeah, I think the Fan and the fact that you have to move the energy as well makes it a little bit awkward.
But
then you could have like nothing there, and like, what if you lose your tools? You have to be able to pivot around between your thorns.
Okay. The thing is, like, if you don't put any other thorns down, and if you're lucky and don't get thorned anyways.
Yeah, but then, the Pokeflute.
You're trying to get your... But they also, the Pokeflute hitting is so much lower. because there's only 3 other Pokemon in the deck.
There's only 3 others. It's definitely an interesting dynamic to see.
Now, I assume they're going to ID. If they don't, do we want to see this match out play?
I think so.
Because I'm actually sitting here going, man, I kind of want to put a control deck on, only because the deck playing it, it's like a different kind of control deck to do it. Let's see what they got. Yeah, 4 Iron Thorns. Now we got to see if they have Council Cologne. They do.
Mm-hmm.
So
while we wait for the next round, I am going to refill my water and hit the restroom. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Do it. So yeah, that might be interesting. We'll see. I would assume they would ID. The ID is the smart thing to do there. Right, only 1 Cologne is super bad. There's people playing. But it could be there. Well, okay, someone in the chat asked, C3T asked, what does the opponent win percentage and opponent's percentage means? So all your opponent, this is the win percentage of all your opponents combined. So if you look here, Nelson's opponents, you take all their wins and all their losses, and you add those together. That becomes their opponents have won 66% of the games. And then your opponent's win percentage is, they take all your opponents' and everyone they played, add those together, and then that's their win percentage. So use opponent's win percentage as the first tiebreaker. If that's tied, then you go into opponent's percentage. And if that's tied, then you go to coin flip, which the system will coin flip automatically. So you want your opponent's win percentage to be higher. So like Asher, even though he lost this round, if he wins and then IDs, he can maybe technically even ID twice. He can still make cut because of this high percentage here. Versus say Almond Milk, their percentage is much lower. So they kind of got to win. So that's the difference you see between those percentages. So you end up with different things. Like most of the 5-1s are going to play next round. And then how is Worlds going? Worlds is talking, so nothing there I'm worried about. Just seeing how they're going because they have one more round. And then we should be having the day 2 start picking up some of let's see.
All right. What did I miss?
Just talking about win percentages. Ooh, we got 2 ties this round. One was Loyal Trio versus Gardevoir. And the other one was Lugia versus Venomoth.
The item lock is interesting to see. I just think it doesn't have enough like legs in the back end to justify the strategy sometimes.
Oh, thank you, Professor Arson, if you're in chat, for being honest about your opponent winning and saying, did I hit the report button in time? Totally, that's all good. I will set the match up like that. Appreciate it. And his opponent just said, thinks I was going to keep the tie, but it's a good sportsmanship thing, right?
Of course, yeah.
And like he's Arson. I know I'm talking about your chat in here, but it's all good things. It's nothing bad. He's just saying, "Nah, you had it." It's like almost like a gentleman's agreement in a way. Just like, yeah, you had it. I'm gonna give it to you. So now I'm just waiting on the other match to make sure that nothing comes up. And this is one of those nights where every match is ending in a tie. Let's go ahead and update the standings as it is. Also, Nimble Latte, thank you for the follow. Plenty of 5-1s. 4-1-1's gonna throw everything into chaos.
Yeah, definitely not a clean cut.
No, it's gonna be a weird night. Just leave it at that.
This round could make it a clean cut.
We'll see. We got Savid, we got Callie, we got. If Nelson and him don't ID again, that's one I think will be a good matchup. See just how you play it as Snorlax Stall versus Iron Thorns. It's going to be more of a. Not gonna say E3T. Thank you for the follow as well. It's not gonna be a chess match, but it's like, okay, what's Snorlax Stall's options? Right?
Yeah, it's interesting to see what they could potentially do.
All right, they've had their time. They haven't called them. All they said was like sad GG. All right. Let us. I will go see again. They should be IDing. Back up. We do have Sneaky Old Crab with Charizard versus Callie Moore. That would be a good backup. And Savid versus Blocklax with Turbo Moon. Turbo Moon, I think can beat that, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's.
He plays the Petrarunt too.
Yeah, just the being able to switch is just so good.
So I will keep an eye on it. I'm watching the Nelson match if they ID or not. It looks like they're IDing, so we'll go to either Callie or Savid. Oh, we also have Bongo, looks like. That's the one we haven't watched yet. So
yeah, Bongo's on Chin Pao against Snall. That's unfortunately
that's a skip.
That is not a let's watch this invigorating gameplay kind of game. It's all right, GG Snorlax.
Yeah, let's watch Callie. I think that one's gonna be the best game. It's gonna be Charizard versus Ancient Box. Best game we'll get.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta update the names, but give me a moment. Round 7.
All right, we're gonna watch the coin flip, and by we I mean me, and they did call it correct.
Are you a heads never fails or tails never fails? Or do you
tails? Always tails.
I'm always heads.
They say heads always shreds, tails never fails. When I flip a coin, it lands on the side, and I don't know what to do.
I mean, there's actually a percentage of that happening. I think someone did it like out of 1,000 flips. There's like a 0.05% chance of it happening, but it's not impossible. So it can happen, but yeah, it probably will never happen. Yeah, maybe Wall could auto win.
So this looks more heavy Dragapult than Charizard with the thickness of the lines.
Yeah, I need to look at their deck lists. I mean,
it's 4 Dreepy, 4 Dracloak, 2 Dragapult, and then we're looking at 2 different Charmanders, a Charmeleon, and a Charizard. So it is split either way. They are opting for Radiant Alakazam. They have of course, the usual V package of Rotom and Lumineon and a Manaphy to protect the bench. There's a Lance in here, which is kind of spicy. So I feel like it's, even though, you know, Limitless is saying it's a Charizard deck, I feel like this is more of a Dragapult deck.
100%. I looked at it. Dragapult outdoes it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, rocking TM Evo, Temple of Sinnoh. Those are some Dragapult decks for sure.
Okay, I have to go on a little mini rant here. How is it that the defending world champion has not been on stream until his winning in?
I mean, it's the same thing that you can say that they always show too much toward.
Like, Vance Kelly should have been the opening match.
Yeah, it should have been round 1.
I think that should just be what you do. There's no rhyme or reason to not do. So just a mini rant, and also like after this round, I'll break down their overlay, so the game will probably still be going after we, because I can definitely tell you what's good about it and what's bad about it.
All right, so you
gotta something. I don't know if you get rid of the bird.
The bird is not the word this game, ladies and gentlemen. The bird is not the word.
Do you have that emote in Fortnite?
I don't think I do.
Did you get it off the battle pass?
So if it's from this past season, I've played not a lot. I've played the first few weeks a little bit, and then I don't know. I kind of got tired of the car meta.
I love the car meta.
It was really fun at first, but like I was also very sweaty, and so it just got annoying in zero builds. And then for the first, I played last week for the first time in quite some time.
I took most of the this season off until like there was like 2 weeks left, and then someone told me it was just like the Mad Max the game.
Yeah, and like, now it's Marvel meets Mad Max, and apparently the
cars are gone. Cars are gone.
No, there's still cars. There's still cars.
Yeah, there's no car mods anymore.
No, but they're still obnoxiously there with the turrets built into them for the boss ones or whatever.
No, those are gone too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, mythic cars are gone. I haven't seen them, so there's no car turrets, no mods to it anymore. Now it's just like Marvel. The annoying thing is like the War Machine and mythics. The mythics are like everywhere. Yeah,
the War Machine stuff I heard is slightly annoying, and as well as the Doctor Doom stuff when you have the War Machine as well, like the infinite hover and shooting projectiles.
But it was a chapter 5 season 1 when Peter Griffin was on the battle pass is when word is the word.
Oh, then I probably have it for sure then.
Ooh, the jet, and that's it.
Yeah, not being able to set up both the Zard and the Pult at the same time to get the 2 energy needed for the Pult attack is a little bit rough. But again, this is definitely a bad matchup for Cali here. I mean, we watched earlier Dragapult take advantage of that matchup, and now Dragapult's probably going to shine a little bit here as well, even with the Charizard and backup. And I mean, 320, 330. Those are massive HPs that just Ancient just can't reach easily.
We're at 160 right now. They have a small hand.
They've got the Prime Catcher, so if the pivot happens here, I mean, they could just bring this Pult back up and get a KO there. Recon Directive now on board. They can find whatever pieces they're starting to miss a little bit easier. My biggest gripe about the Charizard / Dragapult deck is you also can't play Pidgeot. There's just not enough space, and what makes Charizard good is it's Pidgeot. It really is. And then what makes Dragapult good is either Pidgeot or it's all the Dracloaks and the Zatus for the energy acceleration. They're both good in their own right. And when you're taking these 2 good Pokemon and smashing them together, you're going to lose those like little bits and pieces that just give it a functioning engine.
Mm-hmm. Is needed.
Mm-hmm. So Ultra Ball gets rid of TM Evo and a Fire Energy. There is a Zard now and the Candy.
Ooh,
so
okay.
Zard can attack this turn and get a KO. What's the last card in their hand?
That's the question. And the question now is like, do you want pivot? Oh, only 2? So that means they had to have prized 1. Because you really wanted that other one onto that.
Oh, and they lost a Dreepy and another Charizard to the Pokestop. Poffin gets them another Charmander, another Dreepy if they have any left at this point.
No,
they just
saw
fail.
Dreepy go to this card.
And then Jet Headbutt is going to go ahead and get the KO here. So they have Zard on the back end. They've got the other Dracloak. I feel like getting that third energy onto the other Dracloak would have been okay. So it can evolve into Pult and take prizes later on for just a single psychic attachment. But the using the Pokestop. Listen, if you use your opponent's Pokestop and you don't play it in your deck, you're gonna have a bad time.
Mm-hmm.
If you pizza when you French fry, you're gonna have a bad time.
Like, we lost the energy here and we lost the pack of run, but doesn't matter. At this point, just keep loading those numbers up. Because they're not attacking they're not spreading damage right now. This ancient box feels like it's in a good place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no extra damage on board. And we're not going to see another Dragapult from our opponent attacking anytime soon. It's going to need 2 attachments.
Valid
They're
cards.
going to get ahead as well here to 3 prizes.
Take the KO here. Okay, your prize traded right now is you get 2 prizes here. You have 2 prizes waiting for you out without Rotom. Then it's just finishing trying to get that Dracloak.
I think taking out the Dracloak would have probably been a better call this turn.
How many bosses does Callie play? Do they play any bosses, or are they pure I'm trying to come from behind?
Let me flip over and check.
That is what I'm checking.
No bosses. 2 counter catchers and the prime catcher on Callie's side.
Ooh. But they do play the bundle. Okay, that's another one.
Yeah, the bundle is pretty clutch. All right, so Lance doesn't feel good here, and it's just a fail, just a waste of a supporter for the turn. And they don't have anything going on for them right now other than like the Charizard, which is it's going to take 2 hits to get KO'd. And now I think the reasoning why I said last turn it would have been probably correct to take out the Dracloak is you could have used your counter catcher, and now you're ahead. And if you get a KO again, you're ahead still. So your only gusting is your prime catcher. So now these counter catchers are just useless at this point. So I feel like it would have been correct to gust up the Dracloak, knock it out. If they would have committed another energy to that other Dragapult that had damage on it already, whoopie-doo, they weren't going to take multiple prizes that way. They were never going to set up a second Dragapult either on. So that extra 60 wouldn't have made a difference.
I think this turn you need a bundle because you KO both things on the bench.
Yeah, and you can't prime out of this.
Might as well you gotta bundle here. Your path is you gotta bundle once, get one of those 2, and then prime. Or
prime the other
actually,
next turn.
No. You know what? You actually go after the Dracloak this turn with prime. If you can. Because
they have the attachment. Yeah.
Because no matter what happens afterwards, they will not have anything that will be as bulky as the Charizard on the bench.
No, and the counter catcher is just not going to be live for the rest of this game whatsoever.
So if you prime, take out the Dracloak, it leaves the option of either they're going to have something else down, which they haven't anything else down, but it's not in there. It's in the prizes. So
yeah, I think you got to prime for the cloak.
And okay, if you prime for the cloak, then are you going to get the bundle? the bundles and the prizes.
You might take it. I don't know. You're going to take 2 versus 1 KO on the road.
So now, now you're increases your chances from 1 in 3 to whatever 2 and odds are.
66%. And it doesn't get it.
But you still have essentially 4 turns.
Yeah, they need I mean, they can just swing onto Charizard twice here. They're what they hit for? 260 was what their damage was.
This will be 270.
270 if Moon goes down. Guidance, Walking Wake, 280, 290. I think from when they were looking through their deck, there was Sada and another Guidance. And I mean, looking at their board state between the Night Stretcher, the 2 fully loaded Moons, and the one that has 1 energy, I think they're attacking no matter what here. Pokestop also could probably just deplete, between the Pokestop and the Explorer's Guidance, they could just completely deplete the deck. And maybe they can 1-hit KO the Charizard.
Maybe. That's very, very... I mean, you're safe not to even do that.
You just 2 tap. Just 2 tap.
Just tap it in. Tap it in. Tappity tap. Maybe still get another energy back in the deck just to make sure. Wow, I mean, sure.
So what's left?
Zetas, energy retrieval. Okay, I was worried if they would try to stall with Greninja. Petulant being in the discard. I would still put the Petulant back in just in case they try some shenanigans.
Yeah, they could Super Rod here.
What's up, Michael? Sinnoh in play is brutal. It's messy when Sinnoh's in play.
Pokestop being placed down.
Don't do it. You only got 3 cards left.
I mean, they have Palpad, they have Super Rod.
Yeah.
And then this guarantees they draw into whatever they're missing. I can see Super Rod and Energy card.
As Petulant.
Yeah, both EXs. Okay.
That just guarantees that they're not going to try to stall you out with
280. They could get 2 more in there. Yeah, it's not enough. So they would have had 310 if they didn't bring back a Moon.
They were still short.
Their damage is gate capped. They could, and if they also would have not had the capsule, they could have hit 320. So no matter what they would have done, yeah, they're in a 2-tap situation. Counter Catcher, here it is. Here's the Greninja, but we know the P.E.K.K.A. run is in the deck.
Oh, we do see a Dragapult down now.
A little too late though for that. It needs 2 energy to attack.
And they just watched one of the Psychics go to the discard.
I think that's 2 now. And I think they're only playing 3 total. So, I mean, there's multiple ways. I think that they're just. I think Cali's just safe. They've got retrieval, discard 2 cards, grab energy, attach, retreat, attack for game.
I'm keeping the standings updated, and it's looking very close. Like we might see 5-2 sneak in, a 6-2 sneak in tonight.
Pokestop bumped for a collapsed. Doesn't really do too much here. I think if there was a way for them to fill their bench, retreat, then collapse and get rid of the Charizard while still being able to take a prize this turn. And yeah, here we go. P.E.K.K.A. run. Gets the pivot. Attach retreat though. I mean, 2 cards still in the deck. We know one's Fez. And then 290.
Yeah, now what more can you do to win this game?
I don't think the Poltzard can do it now. They're gonna have to bench something that's got 300 HP. Nope, there's a concession. And like, what? How could you? Well, there's no basic Pokemon that you could bench that has 300 HP. They don't have any combinations of cards in their deck that like has anything that would even have done anything in the first place. It was a nice checkmate situation, and that's one of the rare situations where Moon can beat Charizard and Dragapult. It's when they're put together. It just makes it just makes your deck more inconsistent. You have too many moving pieces. You don't have the glue that holds it together in the form of Pidgeot or your Arvin Zatu engine or whatever.
It looks like we are going to have a clean cut tonight. If all between Wanted Bongo and Almond Milk. Almond Milk or Wanted Bongo wins, that gives us the last 6-1, I believe. We'll double check our points. Yeah, because everyone else below them is 4-2. So there should be a clean cut, but you never know when someone wants to be like, yay, I'm going to do this. Good. Which, if it's Almond Milk instead of Bongo, that means we'll have Iron Thorns, Blocklax, Miraidon, Iron Thorns, Ancient Box, Charizard Pidgeot, Turbo Roaring Moon, and then it'd be another Blocklax. Bongo, I hate to say call it, but it is a very unfavorable matchup. You know?
Believe in the heart of the cards.
Yep. All right. I said I was going to talk about this before everything ended, about the new layout. So, the first problem you're going to see with the screen, 50% of the screen is card information. So, that's a lot of stuff to focus on. You're having split focus. It would be better if it was more of a 75-25 split. And you could still have a lot of information in a 75-25 split. Like, I like the idea of showing like all their benches, who's the active Pokemon and their names and everything. I just think you looking at it, you could bring this in a little bit more. And there's like stuff you can overlay, and like I'm almost thinking this card art might have almost dictated how much screen space they use.
Hey, I don't want to. What did we just witness happen with on Vance's side with that V-Star power? He just started like throwing cards, and then like there was like some sort of call up. Do we have did he just get too excited?
Possibly.
Dude, from one grown man to another.
It's exciting if he makes day 2 again. I mean,
yeah, but you contain your excitement. Take a couple seconds and think, or if you go too fast, you're gonna bust, bro. And now they're like trying to repair the game state.
Yeah, but yeah, easily. There's a lot up here, and it's just a little bit. You can give a little bit more room to what's happening on the screen. And I understand why you want to show as much as you can on both sides, because it's very effing difficult to see what's happening sometimes on the shiny cards and everything. I don't know if you need this much space. So that's my thing about this. I think like the animations and everything kind of slides in smoothly and does its thing. I like how the active stadium is on top now. And even has like the card art. So like visually, the visuals look great. I just think like the layout could have just been a little bit more to the action, a little less like here's everything on both sides.
My biggest complaint of it is the record and the V-Star marker.
Exactly.
They're almost impossible to see.
Which, like, again, like if you kind of squeeze it in on both sides, you make like that active Pokemon, make that smaller, and with it, you could put that right underneath the name and make it bigger. Because everything else you need to make smaller. Like I would remove the ability and the attack. I don't even know if you need like the health bars are nice, maybe there's a way to fit it on there with the name and still having the card art. Like there's a couple, you'd have to make things around, and you could possibly do is just work. How do you work it?
I appreciate their effort.
Right. This is a good step forward.
Yes. And again, with my complaint about the record and the V-Star marker, the V-Star they're gonna leave the game in March or April. So that record could increase in size. That font can be increased as long as we don't get like some sort of like GX V-Star gimmick marker effect in the future.
As a accessories maker, yes, I want that.
Yes, I get it.
But also,
there's always a market for ability used markers.
I know. I'm trying to think of a new one.
Go to doomgaming.com and
Doom-gaming.
Yeah, Doom. Sorry, gotta get the dash. But go buy some stuff, guys. Support your boy.
Comes the Guardia. Like I'll say my overlay that I do, because live is so much easier to read than it is IRL. I went with more of the minimalistic sports style, and then I made sure they had colors, because that was a big thing with like names. Everyone kept saying like, I don't know which side's which, even if you have on top or bottom. So blue and red are there every time. Easy enough. Blue and red. So, but like I like this now. They show the prizes here instead of on the camera. I think that's a very strong thing.
Yeah. They get to see the prize cam. We don't need to anymore. They don't have to waste time doing it for us anymore. Because I mean, there's been multiple times over the last year or so where they've like shown the prize cam, and then oh shit, the game's over. What happened? We missed it.
Yeah. The 611 make top cut. Yes. I think we're set up for a clean cut.
Yeah, it does look like 611 is fine.
I'm gonna re-upload the standings. Yeah, I don't think anyone else wouldn't be making it. Surprisingly, Bongo would be the top cut if they went 6-2. If there's like, chaos, which there could be. But offer the ID. Never know when people are going to be crazy.
Yeah, it looks like if everyone IDs, our game potentially could be Bongo versus Rosborn, unless they've already played.
Right. It's one of those things, like I've said, it's like you play it out. And you never know. But if you just want to go to bed, there's no shame saying, okay, I'm done, drop out. Like you're banking on other people wanting to wanting to play it out. And that's not something you can always bank on.
Yeah, you totally could Bongo. You can still make it. If you win, yeah, I think you're in there.
If you win and someone else in top cut, or the 6-1s or whatever, decides to play, then you win. Yes, then you're in. So it's literally banking on other people. So like here, I'll even look at the standings roll. You have an insanely high opponent wins percentage. 70.41%. So you win 6-2, you're in. If someone else plays. If they all ID, then it doesn't matter what you do. Otherwise, we have a couple of people we can get on. Probably see if Michael would want to get on if he plays. So yeah. So that is that is what it is. I keep the standings updated constantly because I always try to make sure that everything does. Like even now, people are still like games finished. People are going up and down. Like I've been running so many tournaments. Like I know my when I can look at the full thing, I can tell you what possible outcomes there is. For tonight, this top 8 should all want to ID. There's no reason to play it out, but somebody always does. My bet, probably Nimbo. Probably.
When in doubt, blame Nimbo.
Yeah. I know Almond Milk wants to play it out. Because we've had people want to play it out and get the top record just so they get a better matchup, top 8. So as it stands right now, U3 versus Almond Milk, Nelson versus Eevee, Cash versus Savid, and Nimbo versus Callie. And Nimbo's like, what?
We summon them from the lurk.
No, now I'm going to ID to prove you wrong.
What have we done?
What have I done? I don't know. I heard my name. Like, okay. You've seen The Water Boy, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, does seem like when they're choosing the offsides, where's my bitch? I'm like, I think he's the one that's not going to ID. They are. I've seen enough tournaments. They look like a non-IDer.
They don't make movies like they used to, man.
No.
Comedy movies just aren't good anymore.
What is the last match? I keep flipping between Worlds and this. Gardevoir versus... Oh, this deck. With the 22 energy. When they're trying to like use Heatran and then put it all back with Basculegion. And it's gone to time. Ay. There we still got people going to time.
The year is 2024. Why are we always tying?
It's the year
end.
2000. And robots rule the world.
Oh my god.
There's no mistreatment of the elephants anymore. Well, there's no elephants, but they're not mistreated, so that is good.
It could be like one of the Mega Man intros, like it is 20XX.
See, Milk gets it. Reasonable time. It's only 11:30 here.
I'm jealous. It's 2:28 a.m.
And in Hawaii, it's what? 3 hours less than me, so...
Yeah, it's wild.
8. Yeah, this game's going. They've got a Drago with 2 energy, and they've got a Monkey Dory. It looks like they've possibly get it. Looks like they know their game is done. Watch out for the idiocracy where you get this Costco's are so big, they're like cities of their own.
It's slowly becoming reality.
How many Mike Judge references can we make in one night?
I mean, I feel like that's like, you know how like South Park did like the swear episode where they counted them with like a tally or whatever?
I do have a tally thing.
Yeah, you should totally do that and see how many Mike Judge references are made.
we've already done Office Space. Now we've done Idiocracy. So we need to get some like King of the Hill.
Oh, we technically already had Beavis and Butthead. When Sonny was spamming the emotes, I'll put them in. These two, they were trying to be Beavis and Butthead from Do America.
Oh, dude, Beavis and Butthead Do America. So such a good.
So the story behind these two emotes of Sonny and Gazer dancing. A group of us at NAIC this year decided to go to dinner at a place called Moulates. It was at the right across the street from the convention center. If you saw the Renfeld movie,
I have not, but it's on my list of what I see.
there's a restaurant they go to that we ate at that restaurant when we were in New Orleans. And there's a live band that plays like Cajun Creole music or whatever. And I was just like, the two of you should just get up and go do the dances that Beavis and Butthead do from Beavis and Butthead Do America. And so, after a few minutes of harassing the two of them and then bickering at each other like a married couple, they agree to go do it. And Sonny gets right up in front. My wife, Emily, or annoying dog, goes to record it and get video of it. And Sonny's just like up in the front, right in the video. So that's why his emote looks good.
Mm-hmm.
Gazer hid. We literally have the whole 2 seconds. That's all you see of Gazer in the entire video. And he just hides behind Sonny and then hides behind a pillar and runs back over to the table and sits down and starts shoving food in his mouth. So Gazer scammed Sonny.
Do you want to see Lauren versus Wanted Bongo? Because that is an actual match that would possibly happen. Something could happen.
I mean, I don't see why not.
Because I don't think anyone in the Top Cut stuff is going to want to stream it anyways. This gives us a match. Did I lose you? Oh no.
No, I'm here.
Sorry, sometimes when I talk and I don't hear someone, like I freak out. Yeah, ask Mrs. Doom about it. It's like us at home. Like, are you ignoring Dad? Let's see. Name setup. And we'll see how Iron Thorns does against this. Like, Iron Thorns doesn't stop the Excalibur at all. Mm-hmm. What it does stop is the AUG cat.
Yep, and Greninja.
And Greninja.
Yeah, so, and they're both very important. On my stream the other night, actually it was last night, I think. Yeah, it was last night. I was playing Chin Pao for a couple games and I hit what I thought was Iron Thorns because they had 2 thorns. After the prize trade started to kick over in my favor, I got lucky and got out of it a little bit. Then they started benching all the future crap and I was just like, what? And they loaded up the hands and it was a bad time. So they Jedi mind tricked me to thinking they were playing quad thorns.
Savita's playing. What did I say? Someone was going to do it. Savita's playing against almond milk.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, canceling Cologne.
We thought it was Nimbo.
Wasn't. I called it wrong.
We were wrong.
Nimbo just ID.
Nope. Okay, we called it. We called it right.
There you go. There you go. Wanted Bongo has an opportunity still. That's what I mean. Play it through. Mm-hmm. And we could go jump to Savid's game if it comes to it.
Now, I don't know how I feel about Bongo burning the cologne that early.
I feel they might have just had nothing in.
And I get it, but if they were, if they also had a Greninja in play, so where they could Shivery Chill, use Greninja at the same time, and draw the cards after thinning the deck, then I think the clone is justifiable there. But to just attach a single energy and like, if they rip an Iono, cool, all your energy's on the bottom of the deck now, dog. Like, it doesn't sit well. Lost City, Capsule being attached, and the Judge. Yeah, that's not pleasant. Turbo Energized, Techno Radar, no energy in hand though. So there's a chance for Bongo to like go nuts here. I think, okay, the Radar is going to put down another Thorns. Benching 2 Thorns actually. Retreating into another one to preserve the Capsule. If they wouldn't have played the Radar and benched any Thorns, there was a small chance that Bongo could have Unga Bunga KO, but we'll see what happens here. Irida's probably going to grab Candy Backs. I could also see a world where they actually go for an Ultra Ball to get Bibarel in play. Oh yeah, back Ultra Ball. So Ultra Ball, discard Frigibax, Poffin. There's the Bib. Man, I've made some like weird calls tonight, and I'm like,
you get used to it.
The plays are happening. Like, I don't feel like a psychopath anymore.
You just get used to some of the calls. You just go, yeah, this all makes sense now, or like it just happens. The odds.
I'm doing the pose from what's his face from Overwatch. Experience tranquility.
Well, you know something? I've never played Overwatch.
I haven't in years. Turbo Energized, baby.
Looks like Lauren's got a stew cooking now. Actually, that de-evolution could come into play. If they
if they
overcommit with the back scalpers right now, 100% just de-evolution.
And then, oh boy, your rare candies are gone. Now what will you do?
I'm keeping the standings updated also for everyone, so you know. I am not Tom. I can update the standings at will. Okay, so I've talked a little bit about this before on stream, different various hours, about possibly holding a Doom 1K. Not online though, in person, because I can't do it online.
Yeah.
So like I would go to tabletop or something like that and do it. I was actually debating about running the whole tournament through Limitless instead of Tom.
So people at home could follow along and watch it.
Right. You could. It would be closed. I mean, of course, it would be closed.
You definitely stream that too, right? Like you would not run a 1K and not stream it.
Oh, 100% not.
You wouldn't download a car. Like you would not stream it.
Wouldn't download a car, no. But here, 100%. That's what I would do, and that would be closed deck list, not open like online. Online's open because it cuts down on judge calls for text.
Cheaters. Yeah.
Cheaters. It just makes it
deck swaps and all that kind of stuff.
Zoloss is winning in. Oh.
And goodbye, Bibarel.
There's the bib. Okay, the question is, do you put the DTE?
Yeah, you move the DTE always.
That sounds right.
Because then it's one less thing you need to attack again.
That sucks losing a winning in. I don't know how that would feel. No, I would actually, because I lost a whole ton of win-ins and regionals, so many.
Okay, so they decided to not move the DTE. It's a Pokegear off the prizes. Has research Ino, double hammers. There's no energy in play on Bongo's side.
Superior energy retrieval, though.
Yep.
I was kind of like, oh man, I should have moved the DTE.
Yeah, and now they have to find one or the other. That's the thing. You always, unless you have multiple setup with multiple energy in play, if you only have two, you always have to find one or the other. Cypher Maniacs is really good. It also like Iono proves the board here. So if Bongo can make a good read, saying that they have an Iono, the Cypher Maniac is really good because they're going to be able to draw into whatever those two cards are. They have two prizes left. So there's the legacy energy, and that doesn't do it. So they have to find a DTE if they want to attack this turn. There's boss. But I think the Ino is just the right play, and whatever Bongo put on top of the deck with Cypher Maniac last turn, they have it. And they found 2 DTEs, but they don't have another Pokemon in play. Volt Cyclone doesn't move any energy because there's no other Pokemon to move it to, and now
there's no reason to bench another Pokemon. Yeah,
2 prizes left. Now, if they would have preserved the DTE the first time, then they could have attached that legacy energy, and then they would have been able to bench. Or actually, not even. There wouldn't have been a reason to.
Bongo gets their win there. So let us go see Savid's game real quick. I believe it was kind of, they said they got the best run, so it's kind of a weird place, but it's not actually done. It's not a done in game. Yeah,
there's still a couple prize cards on both sides here.
I'm just gonna turn the player names off. Didn't even realize that. Oopsie. If we're jumping between games.
That's a big judge. Milk had a 9-card hand. And Savid finds Dark Patch, Sada, Vessel, and Moki. Dark Patch gets it onto the Little Moon, and then Pekkarunt can pivot in, and Little Moon can just bop the Mimikyu here. One of the 2 prize cards left.
And surprisingly, that Cornerstone, even though it has 310, is not immune to anything. It's literally calling out, hey, you need Frenzy Gouge me to win. Which right now, they're almost there to Frenzy Gouge.
Yeah, I mean the Sada, the Dark Patch, the Vessel, they've got it. Now we missed a good chunk of the game, so who's to say what kind of like gusting options remain?
I actually want to know how they took prizes. Probably a Frenzy Gouging into poison.
Here's Cape on the Lax. Instant charge. Not too much going on here.
Rid of that Cornerstone. Now the only thing.
Oh, the catcher. The catcher could end the game.
Santa first. Get the energy up.
Yep.
Got a Dark Patch. Oh, you've got like 99% of what you need. It's all going to go down to a coin flip.
The turn attachment is inevitable here. It comes down to a coin flip. We got here at the right time. Oh, the tails. Last 2 energy from the deck.
Still don't get a KO here. But you don't even get a KO with the Frenzy Gouging, but you do force it out of the act. Just force it in. Then you'll poison this turn, poison next turn.
Yeah, you got to be able to move out again.
Then you can gouge for game.
There's the stretcher. Could you imagine a world where Milk finds a way to attack and do 10 damage?
That would be hilarious.
And then the poison takes the wheel here, KOs the moon, and then Little Moon might not get there. Ogerpon's back.
Yeah.
Chi-Yu, the charm.
Charm.
Lax. Oh, Misfortune Sisters. Nothing hit? Oh no, the nest ball.
Instant charge. That will be.
Yep, frenzied gouging. Sure, you give them 2 more prize cards, but that must be how Milk took prize cards. It must have been from
double frenzy gouging.
Yeah, or poison or whatever.
That game's. The dude's like, nah, I'll win, or however it goes. I know they don't.
Pekarunt doing grunty things.
Pekarunt being the control stop. What it does. So I was gonna talk, so I gotta go get more prize codes here at some point. I have been actually doing random PTCGL codes, like I get those, so it's all different things. But also because you usually get more crafting materials out of it. Mm-hmm. This isn't like PTCGO, where we wanted where you wanted packs to trade forever.
Yeah, you had to have the newest set.
Right. Now it's just like, here's this random stuff. And you know what? You'll probably get coins for most of it. Or not coins, dust. You don't want coins. I have so much coins, I have nothing to spend.
Yeah, I don't like the cosmetics, so the coins are useless to me.
I go with the weirdest, worst look I can. Like, I think I'm wearing like a rainbow kilt with like socks and sandals now.
Yeah, I think I've got like high heels and socks on with a skirt and then like a sweater and glasses and like a weird hat.
Yeah, I gave myself hair even though I don't have any. Because the bald person,
yeah.
But you know what? Equally, the bald one is just skin.
When the avatars glitch and they go like full ragdoll or whatever, like mannequin naked and like ragdoll physics, it's the creepiest thing ever. Mm-hmm. Two minutes left in a final round of day 1 of Worlds. Well, 3 minutes, I guess, give or take a couple seconds here.
We've got 5 matches left on our end. And I'll update the standings one more time. As it is right now, the Wanted Bongo is sneaking in at. And they will play Savid as it stands. So if this record's hold, this should, because Bongo just has such a high opponent win percentage.
Mm-hmm.
I think the closest one is, yeah, I'm not seeing anything that could even come close. 61.2.99%, and they are 66. There's no way they're gonna have 5%. SV Turbo Moon versus Chin Pao, which could be a good one. Iron Thorns versus EVO8 with Charger Pidgeot. Let's see if the Pidgeot plays Canceling Cologne. They do. So that can actually be a matchup. Kelly Moore with the Ancient Box going up against Nelson Guillen and Select Stall. Callie plays the Pekarunt, so that does not seem as good for Nelson. And then Cash versus Nimbo, Maridon versus Iron Thorns, which
go either way.
Yeah, because the Iron Thorns can attack, but it loses the ability. It essentially loses its Nest Ball ability out of the Maridon, but they do have other ways of getting. And they can end the game pretty quickly too.
Mm-hmm.
Like they could Iron Thorns draw pass, Miraidon gets powered up, throw down Zapdos, Bob's your uncle, game's over.
I did have an Uncle Bob.
It's good to know.
Yeah.
I don't.
Oh, he's dead
Well,
now.
actually, you know what? I have an Uncle Roberts. So I
Which
guess
is yeah, you got to go through the stages of Rob. You've got you're born as a Robert, then you become Bobby, and then you turn into Rob or Robbie. You know, like you've got it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, that's why I have a simple name like Zach.
Now, are you a Zachary or just a Zach?
Just a Zach. I never.
Legally, you're not Zachary.
No, legal. I'm Zachary. I just go by Zach.
Okay.
Cash messaged me saying he should be able to do talk.
But yeah, the whole like Rob to Bob cycle, like Robert to Robbie to Rob, and then you got Bobby, Bob. Tracer said Bobbert.
Bobby. Dang it, Bobby. There we go. There's the King of Hill.
Did you ever watch Bobby's World when you were
Yes.
younger? And Howie Mandel. That show was like a fever dream, right?
Yeah. It wasn't one I liked to watch. Like at that time, I was not big into the Fox Kids stuff.
No, but it's like it feels like a insane fever dream.
For some reason, when I was younger, I just did not like that weird stuff like Bobby's World, Ren and Stimpy.
Oh, Ren and Stimpy was good, but I didn't appreciate it till I was a teenager.
I started appreciating it when I was older, and then I found out how much of a creep John Kay, the creator, was.
Yeah.
It really changes how you think about things. Waiting on four matches. Since we watch Vance Kelly here. With time out, I don't think Jonathan wins here as a win condition.
No, they've got to take 4 prize cards.
A fully blinged out deck there. I tried to get the Flutter Mane from tabletop. They didn't have any. That was one of the ones they didn't. And then they're like, yeah, we do have the ETB though. I'm like, do I need anything else from that set?
Yeah, do you want to open a $40 to $50 ETB for a $2 card?
They had it on sale for $35.
Oh, well, there. I mean, that's reasonable. Yeah, that's way below MSRP. That's really good. That's good on them to have it at that price point.
I was like,
they must move enough volume to where they're since like let's be realistic. TCG's profit margins are awful. They're super low, and so the fact that they're selling it just a little bit over wholesale just shows that they're moving volume over volume.
There's a reason why they're one of the best places to go for Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest issue I have with them is not like anything with their people. Their people are amazing. The store is amazing. It's just trying to get to there for me because downtown Seattle is a real pain. And they're
I can imagine.
They're on the south side by the stadiums, and that makes it even harder because I have to come from the north side down.
Yeah, you got to fight your way through the crowds and the traffic.
They're opening up a light rail station though, not too far from my house. That goes right outside of there, couple block walk, and that might make it easier.
That's a dub.
So it's like, oh yeah, now I can just ride I can go and get to a place and then ride the light rail in and just go boom.
So 3 minutes ago, Henry Brand posted his deck that he played at 5 and 3, and it's Bennett Duskull.
Oh yeah, right there.
Yeah. Looks like a lot of fun.
Oh, Cilios didn't make it. But his student made it. So his student made it too.
Good. I mean, he's got a lot of students though, so it's hard to say which one is Which ones are which?
And that Dusknoir is kind of interesting. Item lock them out, spread damage.
Mm-hmm. They have to play the comeback mechanics by forcing them to take prize cards. How do you I haven't got to hear your opinion, but what do you think about the new structure for the new season?
I think part of it is with how they're setting it up is to make it small.
Yes.
There it's just getting to a point where having it where you're making points to with it was just going to make it unsustainable. Because today this is still the size of a regional.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering how much that, and people are talking about how hard it is to move around. I almost wonder if they weren't even set up for it. Like, what can you do? And with VGC being bigger, ECG, they're going to limit it down. So you say you get 125. Plus, Asia doesn't send that many yet already. And then you have what, 8 to 9 regional winners?
Yeah, however many there ends up being.
I mean, you come from Europe. It's not worldwide. It's also how many from Europe?
Europe's similar, I think, in the number for Masters. And then poor Oceania is like 10.
Yeah.
And then I think South Africa is like less than that.
Yeah. Let me see. Pokemon 2025.
I know a lot of people the last few days have just been full on bitching about the Pokemon Center and the space. The fact that they had to go through 3 lines and then wait 2 hours in a hot garage with paramedics called and stuff. That's unfortunate.
Yes.
And my biggest gripe with Hawaii is what happened last year in Lahaina.
Right. Which I think you're the one I actually saw who tweeted about it, about the
John Oliver.
I had actually watched that before then. I was like,
yeah,
what timing?
Yeah, we watched that Sunday night when it went live, and I was just like, this is really topical for Worlds. I can't wait for him to upload the YouTube video.
Yeah, looking at it, we got 125 US, Canada, 125 Europe, 100 Latin America,
350,
20 Oceania,
370,
and Middle East and South Africa.
380 Masters.
Plus whatever you get from
Asia.
So at least under 500.
Yeah.
Or around 500. And okay. And then you still have to put in junior and senior.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have senior, that's 250, 260, 265 worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's 215 for juniors.
And give or take however many show up from Asia.
Right. So that's
just TCG. Then we have to worry about Go and VG and Unite. Mm-hmm. And if whatever reason Pocket gets added in the next year, which maybe not this year, but it would be maybe later down the line, or who knows.
Whereas in VGC is 75, 75, 50, 20. The Middle East and South Africa don't get.
So there's still going to be a few thousand people, give or take, spectators. The parents who get the spectator badge for their juniors and seniors.
But it seems like
any under 18 Masters.
At least I think they're at least reasonably having the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And I can talk about the Pokemon Center real quick. If they set it up like a Comic-Con, Arison was right there, where they have like the cash and the right setup right there, where you have to give them an order and they give you the items.
Yes,
you can prevent a lot of these issues.
Also, I with like Comic-Con, like with the lottos, for what Funko used to do when Funko was like the big thing.
Yeah,
you would have to lotto for the chance to get them.
So okay, we've got cut ready. What matchup should we watch? I think we have access to all but one of the matches.
So,
Which even then we might. I don't.
Savine and Bongo is whoever wins the coin flip, in my opinion. Thorns and Charizard is...
It's gonna drag out.
Yeah. And then Lax versus Ancient Box.
Feels like Ancient Box could have that one.
I think the most interesting one is Cash versus Nimbo by a long shot.
Okay. We'll see if Cash gets on. Yeah, he's going to. He just needs to post the last result. So we'll do Cash versus Nimbo.
Okay.
Which, Nimbo, if you're in stream, Cash has it. Don't worry about it. You don't need it. You need to set up. So you know. But if you can stream, if you do beat Cash and can stream, set up in the future. 100%. Just don't need to right now.
While we wait, more on the Pokemon Center. You know, and like I said earlier, I'm not afraid to speak my mind against John Pikachu himself. But the fact that like the merchandise quality, like the t-shirts and stuff, they're not that great. The prints fade away after so many washes. The stitching falls apart.
There's a general quality in t-shirts that have gone down.
Mm-hmm.
Insane amount. Move us real quick. I'm not even just talking Pokemon. I'm talking everything.
The fact that like you're spending more and more money on t-shirts, but the quality is coming lower and lower and lower as that gap increases. It sucks.
Like I have friends who work in screen printing, and that's one of the things they've talked about. I gotta make sure this thing's set up. Something on the scenes overlay. Oh. That was what was overlaying. That shouldn't be overlaying. There. Shirt quality is gone. And part, surprisingly, is because American Apparel has some of the highest shirt quality, actually.
I'm wearing one of their shirts right now.
Everyone used to buy them up.
Mm-hmm.
And they would get them and they would have them and they would use them for screen prints and everything. And the gone, it's just okay. Whole new thing.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
But yeah, like you were saying, like the Funko lottery thing, if you wanted to do that for certain items.
Yeah, like the Bear Walker skateboards, the ukulele that everyone all of a sudden cares about a ukulele for, when maybe 1% of the people buying it know how to play the ukulele.
Exactly.
I get it. You want it for decor. You want it to flex. You want to show John Pikachu that you care about the brand. We all do deep down inside. But it's just more shit for people to scalp for no reason.
Oh, I meant to say Top Cut is up in the Discord. There we go. There's for day 2 611. There's the Iron Thorns at 8-0. The Gold Dingo at 7-1, and Jesse is 8-0 with Maridon.
Let's go, Jesse.
Some of the
shout out to Ohio.
The YouTube apologies. Oh, yeah, they could set it up that way. They could have a display, glass displays, where they have the items. Weird pause thing there for a second. So you can do that. So yeah. And then maybe you could have them hold items. Some people are like, I want to hold the item or something like that, but you could possibly, there could be a workaround for that. Like, if you want to take a serious stab at stopping scalping, that's probably the best way to do it. You have to take the proactive result.
Yeah, it just seems like ever since the pandemic, the scalping mentality has taken over Pokemon. It was never like this before the pandemic and like, you know, the previous worlds and ICs and stuff. It was never a big deal. And then last year's ICs with the Evolution merch was a ridiculous debacle at all of them. And this year it wasn't, because nobody likes Armor Rouge and Cerulean Edge, and they produced the ever loving crap out of the stuff because they use the same design at every location. So it's just a matter of like, I think they need to find the balance of like things that people like, but also either produce enough of it to where a majority can get some, or
here's actually
like you said, do the ticket thing.
Here's actually another interesting thing that's not also brought up: location. It is insanely hard to ship to Hawaii. Insanely expensive.
Yeah, it had to have all been freighted.
Oh, U3 is already won. EVO8 has decided to just let's not do it. They decided the matchup was unwinnable. I mean, they could win, to be honest, but they decided it wasn't worth it. Dang. So Iron Thorns is moving on. So yeah, like that's something that's not come up, is like Hawaii is it's not impossible, but to get the items there, like if you notice, the stage isn't using the big screens they've used previous year.
No, they're using different stuff
because it's expensive to ship that kind of stuff. Might not have the room. They might not even have the space. There's a lot of factors that go into it. Totonia too, thank you for the follow.
And I agree with you, Daycamp. I do. One of each item prevents all the people buying 14 of the same deck box, even though their excuse is, or they could be honest and telling the truth that they're taking it home to their locals. Not everybody can afford to go to Hawaii. Even if I had an invite, I probably would have had to cry on a YouTube video and say, please give me money. Because I wouldn't have been able to do it. Between the time off, the travel, the lodging, you know, it's just, it's a lot. And I love the game. I love the franchise, don't get me wrong. But the fact that the highest level of play now is just constant plane hopping, it makes it unattainable for people who have careers, who don't have excessive income to spend. So it makes it less about like the skill intrinsics of the game. And yeah, you can say go spike a regional or, you know, do whatever, but things just don't get better for some people sometimes.
Yeah. You almost have to make a career.
You do. Yeah. You either have to choose a real job in your family, or you have to choose the grind for this. And now looking at the structure, where if you whiff a regional or two, or you can't afford to go to multiple ICs, yeah, it's just brutal. And yeah, like Daycamp just said, spiking your regional takes so much now. I agree, because the size of these events are so big. So you just need heart of the cards, Yugi Moto, to carry you to victory. And the direction of like local stuff in terms of like prize packs and the promo cards they did in June, you know, the Buddy Buddy Poffins, the TM Evos, the Super Rods and stuff. Those have held all right value, and it makes it easier for people who play locally to be able to, you know, maybe trade those, sell those to back their income a little bit. But I feel much more rewarded playing Bandai TCGs locally than I do Pokemon still.
Bandai seems like with their TCGs, like they replace them every 3 years. Like, I know One Piece is popular right now, but at some point it feels like they're going to replace One Piece with something else.
Right now, One Piece, in terms of like, they just banned a card. They banned 2 cards, and people are just like, why? They get it. Something needed to be done to that leader.
Which
but
leader
it
was
seems like the red purple law.
Okay.
From the starter deck that has like the 3 red purple leaders.
The one I keep hearing from everyone is Nami.
Yeah, people are complaining about Nami now. And then the new set will come out in September, and it doesn't seem like there's a lot of people excited for the cards in that new set.
Cash is
the
actually
promo cards
still pretty well here.
Yeah, Cash is cooking right now.
Yeah, Bandai games just seem so.
They feel more rewarding for people who can't travel all the time, because they bring these like fancy promo cards to store level tournaments too.
Yeah, I've seen that, and like so the prices for them is just insane.
Mm-hmm.
It's like what was it? Weiss Schwartz promo cards they get for the locals. Like some of those go for a good deal of money. Stavros 509, thank you for the call. I'm actually going to check TCG Twitter because, like, oh my god! And then you got the Lorcana stuff.
We quit Lorcana over the summer.
I never even started to it.
I'm glad we did. Ravensburger made some bad decisions, and I'm glad we were able to get out of it. I've been selling a lot of it on TCG Player, and it's been nice to be able to use that towards other games.
There is a card on Weiss Schwartz that's $4,795. It's a character from Shoki Tensei, Jobless Reincarnation. It has her autograph on it, and she's.
He's got it here.
He's got it.
He's gonna not the game, but he's about to go up pretty far here.
He's gonna be down 2 prizes.
He hit the generator, and has another generator still. Got the pivot for the Mew. Between the Vitality Band and the Zapdos, either one of them, he's cooking this Thorns. So even without Tandem Unit and without Restart drawing cards, Cash is just getting pretty far ahead here.
He's doing everything he needs. That 240 is amazing. Like, all he needs to find now is a Switch card. I mean, board kind of gets you there. Yeah.
You still have to be able to, you gotta have a pivot.
Yay, we had another person come in and be like, viewers, Lord. Okay. Again,
send him to the Shadow Realm.
Again, Weiss Schwartz, a Makima card from Chainsaw Man, $3,000.
Yeah, and I think those are like autograph cards that you have the chance of pulling, right?
Yeah, they're really rare as it is. And then on top of that, you add in waifu tax. 100%.
Oh yeah, you gotta pay the troll toll if you want to get the waifus in your binder.
I mean, that's true of Pokemon. Like, if I remember right, the Hat Ladies as a set is like pretty. I remember what the Hat Ladies' names are though.
All right, he's retreating into the Raichu and he's using fast charge. And then now, if he doesn't deal with the Raichu or the Miraidon, I think Cash has it either way here. It's just checkmate. Nope, he's just gonna attack for 160. It's over. Raichu can just clean house. On to the next game. I'm curious to see who's gonna go first. I feel like Thorns wants to go first, but the fact that Miraidon can punish you going second.
I mean, Miraidon can punish you in so many ways.
Yeah. Now, I mean, it's less likely for Miraidon to punish going second with all their abilities turned off.
Cash takes the easy game. I wouldn't say easy game one. He had everything go his way. Game.
Yeah, it was pretty clean. It was pretty clean. We'll see who decides to go first. Cash has busted new deck 3.
There's been people. Some of the deck names have been we've had on here, like people like Doom Deck 6 or anything else. Nelson took game 1 over Kelly Moore. I'm assuming Petrolent might have been priced.
Yeah, that sounds like that's what resulted there. I'm gonna attempt to play the next time I don't have a Saturday that I have to go to work, and I'm gonna name my deck Doom's Chungus.
Chungus.
So that way, if I get put on stream,
I used
Doom's Chungus.
I used to name all my art pieces and even decks after the songs I was listening to when I finished it.
I mean, that's a pretty cool way to do it.
So like I ended up with a lot of art pieces like David Bowie song titles for the longest time. Or metal songs. The one I did press the next button on or wait until the next song finished. It was a Cannibal Corpse song called My House is Full of Guns I Use for Murder.
Oh yeah, you don't want to name files that.
No. I said, okay, next song.
Easy way to have the FBI kicking down your door if you saved a file with that name.
So I'm like, yeah, no. That is not the art piece. That is the next song, and the next song was like, it was like Slipknot Sick. I was like, oh, you know what, that's close enough.
We saw Slipknot last week, and they were fantastic.
25th anniversary show.
Them and Knocked Loose together. It was really good.
They're coming here on my brother's birthday. I was kind of like, maybe.
Sounds like an excuse to buy tickets.
The problem is at the White River Amphitheater here, it's outdoor.
Yeah, it was outdoor.
Well, there's a single lane, a two lane road going in, and it's impossible to get in.
Yep, that sounds exactly like what happened here at Starlight Amphitheater outside of Pittsburgh. Yep, awful. It took an hour and a half to get in, and it took 2 hours to move 20 feet on the way out.
Yep. I would prefer if it was like in one of the stadiums around here. Well, it's not going to be in. They're not big enough to sell out Lumen Field, but they could have done one of our other stadiums.
That's the thing. It's unfortunate for liking, rock and metal is that like the bands that you like, unless they're like Aerosmith or Red Hot Chili Peppers or whatever, they're never going to sell out a stadium. Yeah, Metallica. Like they're never gonna sell out a stadium.
I tried getting
Blossom's the worst, Dan.
I'm trying to get tickets from work for Metallica, but I asked for the Friday, and so the issue that becomes with that is run the Tournament of Dooms, and the week that it is, which is actually next week, I think. If I do it, is when Gazerbeak is going.
Oh well, I dodged a bullet.
Yeah, so you might not see.
Is that why Emily originally asked me to do next week?
I think so.
Wait, were you guys gonna bamboozle us?
I think she was. She's completely in charge of doing scheduling. So I never. Like she just tells me like this is who it is, and like I saw it was you this week. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then I saw.
I can't believe she was gonna bamboozle us.
100%.
She originally asked if I could do that day, but my cup's the day after at my store.
So you gotta be.
And so I was like, there's no way I could stay up that late and then go run a cup the next day.
Yeah, because she's out for the next few weeks. She's got Worlds right now, and then Baltimore, and it all adds up. And this hand is bad. Talking about cash.
Well, good luck with Gazer next week.
I'm gonna double check. We got full schedule sectioning. Casting schedule. No, next week is Ryan Ferry, then Gazerbeak. He's the best.
Okay.
I had the right.
All right.
The right stuff.
She gets a pass now.
Yeah. I'm sorry. No, it's Mellow Crit, who's been on before. Then Ryan Ferry on Tuesday for the bi-weekly challenge. Then Gazerbeak. And then September 10th, we have Eliza Sheet Post come in. I always forget Eliza's last name. Then Red Octane. Porty and Brooke are Girl Power people.
Okay.
And then Shining Espy on Tuesday, September 24th. So those are the people that we've confirmed. And we're trying just in general to just get more people on. Because like we fell off for a while. But it's like it can be a pain to just schedule something else.
Oh yeah, no, I mean when we ran the podcast, it was always a pain in the butt trying to line up schedules, especially when you would get like 3 different time zones involved for recording and everything. It just became problematic.
Yeah, I don't know how Mellow Magikarp does it all the time with like a rage, but he does.
It's all Eevee.
It pretty much is. I know just because I see it's in our group, our team Discord. They coordinate it. I've watched them coordinate and be like, Eevee, do this. Oh my god, this has been the most bots I've had in a while.
That wasn't. Oh, maybe it was.
It's the best viewers on.
Why do they have a thing by their name though?
What do they have by it?
A Raging Wolf Helm?
Weird. I just banned them.
Normally bots don't have.
It could be a compromised account. Because one of the bots I hit earlier had been signed up in 2014.
That's valid then. So he's got the bundle to move the thorns.
Gonna get KO here, but he's still.
Yeah, the vitality band coming in the clutch.
Updates on the others. Savid is up 1-0 over Bongo. Nelson and Callie have.
Okay, vacuum and rescue board. Yeah, I don't know. This one's looking like it's gonna go the other way this time.
Looks like Nimbo's gotten everything they want. Here's Polaris again. Which is actually funny. Regidrago can use Kyurem because they play a Colress card a lot of time. Like they can straight up just use Kirim.
Yeah. It makes it not as awkward. You still have to find it and draw into it, but you're not, you have to make sure that you don't overextend your resources too, especially considering you're never going to be able to use your V-Star power. Fast charge from the Raichu thins the deck a little bit. 9 energy still in there, so he's got 27 other cards.
Just not there yet.
Now, last game he just had all the pieces, and this time it just feels like it's lacking a little bit. The hammer, this could be a big setback here. He's already not in range for a KO anyways with just 2 energy on the Raichu. But removing another energy from the board is slightly problematic.
Seeing all the people posting about making day 2.
So rescue board can let him move back. Has the research here. This could be a little bit of the oomph needed. Oh, the Academy at Night is not the worst if you would have been able to get a Pokemon and say a generator with it. I can attach, remove all 3. This at least stacks something you're missing to the top of the deck.
That's also prevents Iono.
Yeah. That way Iono can't ransack, so they can at least draw out. Pivoting back into the Mew and passing. Mew can then copy that Volt Cyclone next turn. But if Nimbo has a boss, I think there's just no way at this point. 9 cards in hand.
I don't
Plenty
even
of
know.
Pokegears probably. Up there's the boss. Yep, there's the boss. Yep.
All right, go into game 3. Go. And Savid has 2-0'd Wanted Bongo, so Savid is looking for his first Doom win. He was one of like the earliest winners. It's been a while since Savid has won. Savid won the second tournament of in February 26, 2022.
All right, I feel like Cash is going to go second here.
Has Cash won one?
That's
Cash has won one.
Yes.
He won a challenge of Doom. Sorry. And he won the February 9th, 2024. Cash has won one as well. Cash is going for a second one. I think Nelson's going for their first. So I don't remember if they've won. No, Nimbo hasn't. No, Nelson.
Hey, no, Cash is going first.
Ooh. Nelson has won one. I think Callie has. Callie has not. Nimbo has not. So we have 3 players still in it right now, trying to win their second tournament.
So starts the Raichu, has the fast charge. That's really good going first. Able to apply a lot of pressure. If Nimbo can't get a Thorns down or reset the hands here, I mean, Cash has multiple lightning type Pokemon and a generator.
And the
so
town store.
Town store gets the V Stone, the Force Heal Stone.
Gives you another.
Okay. Yep. My brain is starting to turn off, so my words are a little bit vanishing.
No, that's what happens at this point. You just start to, everything just starts to blur.
So Nimbo's got the radar though, so there's no donk potential at this point. Double Thorns, of course. There's only 4 Pokemon in the deck. It's all Thorns. Everything's Thorns. Always has been. There you go. There's a free playmat design. You know, the whole the meme with like the dude on the moon holding a gun or whatever.
Mhm.
He's like blah blah blah. It always has been. They just put iron thorns and have him hold a gun. Have him hold a gun. Oh, Tracer. You know what time I go to bed.
I go to bed when I feel it.
And I'm old, so I feel like going to bed early.
Once you hit like 38 and kids, man, that's when things go.
I'll be 35 at the end of the month.
Oh, we're old. We are old. Not that old.
I can't have kids. I can't have kids though, so.
Ah.
Yeah, at least that's a plus for me, in my opinion. It could be for other people. It's different for everybody, but for me, in my eyes, for myself, it's a dub.
My brother doesn't want to have kids, and he's now 36, so he's like, now I really don't want to have kids.
Oh yeah. Because then, you know, by the time your kid's 18, you're 50 something, and
I know
rating.
I've talked to people before about this on stream before, but I went to school with people who are grandparents. So.
Yeah, I probably have too.
They had kids about 15, 16 years old, and their kids are now having kids. If they didn't already. I knew
Cash
someone
takes the first 2 prizes. There's the stone.
Ooh, good top deck then. Not top deck, pricing off the stone.
Mm-hmm. Double turbo from Nimbo, future booster energy capsule. Uses the town store, probably gets another future booster energy capsule. Say that 5 times fast. Yep,
Nelson drops game 2 to Callie Moore, so Nelson is out on trying to make himself a 2-time Tournament of Doom champion. But reminder, this is for points to the Doom Worlds to get the day 2 invite. And if you want to see the point structure, it is on there, and I will update the tournament after, because I can update it now and nothing. Actually reminds me I need to go add the next couple. Hello there, everyone coming in from Sneaky Old Crab Stream. I'm Senior Doom, tournament organizer, professional illustrator, and you've probably seen me in other streams as Tournament of Doom. Boom, hey, why is that crab over there? And in Tournament of Doom, crabs are tasty. I'm glad I grabbed that crab from over there. Hopefully you had a good night. I saw you were right there on the cusp. You were what, 10th? In final standings? 11. Which, congratulations on that run. Joining me tonight is Steuben. Steuben, want to introduce yourself to the new Raiders?
Hello. Hi, I'm Steuben, former podcaster, YouTuber, Twitcher, influencer. Is that a thing? Am I an influencer? Do I influence people? I think I influence people. Whatever you want to call me. But we're here. We're watching Cash Man versus Nimbo in the top 8. And this has been a wild set. This is anybody's game at this point in time, but it's looking like Cash is about to take another 2 prize cards here. Switch card, heal that damage off the Raichu. Set up the Miraidon. And he's got the Zapdos in play, so he hits the magic 230 now with that Photon Blaster. And I think it might be Cash's game. He's got the stone in hand.
He's holding on to, I mean, like, Judge can happen, but doesn't they play Lost Vacuum, right?
They do. And I mean, that the town store is also just vibing here too. Oh, the hammer's unfortunate. It's going to rip an energy off. So he's going to need another energy to be able to do something, but he could just use the town store and look at the deck before making the decision with the Forest Seal Stone to see what's going on. But like rescue board, attach, and then generator, switch card, like any combination of those cards just feels really good. There's the Colress, grabs the double turbo so they can attack this turn. Lost City. bumps the town store, makes it a little bit harder for Cash to find the pieces they're missing, but no Iona, no Judge. 4 seal stone in hand. Another iron hands. Stone comes down to the Raichu V, and then we're gonna see what's available in Cash's deck here at the Star Alchemy. You can grab any card you want with this, and I think it needs to be maybe Arven. Research is also valid. If you draw any combination of like switch cart and generator or an energy, it feels a little bit better that way too.
Yeah, they're just right there.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
doesn't
Kidding,
need the Fez, doesn't need the Iron Hands.
Also, Kidding Gaming, thank you for redeeming I like bacon, and Zan can't believe Mello likes turkey bacon. 'Cause I do like bacon. I loves me some bacon.
I got a pack of bacon in the fridge and probably gonna make it tomorrow and have some lumberjack waffles with it.
So good. There's the research.
Switch cart and energy, it's over. Cash is going on top 4.
It is. This was our last match. So as soon as this finishes up,
Top 4, baby.
top 4. So we'll have
The-
There it goes. It's official. End round. Prepare next round.
We've got Cash versus Savid and Callie versus U3.
It says Ancient Box versus. Oh, Kelly has an issue with that matchup, don't they? Because of the Petra run.
Yeah.
I think we'll go with Kelly, even though.
Thorns. We just watched Thorns.
We did just watch Thorns, but we did just watch Cash. So.
Mm-hmm. We're doomed if we do, doomed if we don't, right?
We can always move Cash into here and ask him to share. Just check in on the.
No, it's yeah. I mean, either way, this is fine.
Get these names set up. Because I've done that before where we've had both games on. But it can be a little confusing jumping too.
If I was a West Coaster and it was only 12:38, I could handle it. But 3:38 a.m. Steuben can't handle it.
Moon Cooks Thorns, it kind of does, but it also they don't have the Petra run, and so they can get stuck. They don't have like the retreat. Or alternatively, they have the Flutterman in the act. And Turbo Moon can cook. Maridon, just Spaz Maridon can cook Turbo Moon. I feel like we're gonna have a very fast top.
I approve. I'm an old man on the East Coast. I'm sleepy. I'm Scruffy the janitor.
Scruffy. All right, so there's people have been tweeting about Doom in Fortnite, which I should be playing this season of Fortnite. I'm streaming it. Synergy, right? Senior Doom, Doctor Doom.
Yeah, man, it's free brand awareness.
I know. There's like he has like signs up that says like keep Doomstat clean and him pointing at people throwing things in the trash. Or another one is Victor Von Scoops, and it's an ice cream shop with Dr. Doom holding ice cream.
Well, that sounds awesome.
There's just like all these cool little things they put into it.
Also, you know what would make that stream even better is if you just listen to MF Doom the entire time.
Just Doom upon Doom upon Doom.
Yeah, triple Doom. Triple D.
How do you get Milk TCG? How do you get those Honolulu sleeves and deck box? Well, these ones that we're seeing specifically here is you watch the official Pokemon stream for about an hour. Then you need to, you'll have a redemption, and then you have to go to, I usually just type in Google Pokemon Twitch redemption, and it'll take you to a website that gives you the, you just turn it on, go and leave it there, and at some point it'll say yes. Yes, you've got it. That kind of thing. I've got it. It gives you packs. It does the whole thing. Like, see here, look at there. Flutterman.
Holy mulligans, though.
Oh my gosh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 cards in hand, 16 if you count the Ultra Ball.
Is it for TCG only? As long, yes, you need to watch the TCG.
Yeah, they have drops for the other games, but they're only for the other games too. So if you're a crazy person and you want drops for all of the games, then you have to watch all of the streams.
Then I think we get a combined. Everyone gets something on Championship Sunday.
I got a rock. So we see Greninja concealed cards, Earthen Vessel ditches the Fez, grabs 2 more energy from the deck, attaches to the moon, puts the capsule on the moon, and passes.
Putting the capsule on the moon's a great idea. Keeps from being one-hit KO.
Mm-hmm. Boss's orders off the Pokegear. They might just play this right out of the gate and bring up the Greninja and potentially trap it, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like the greatest call. We just know that they have the boss in their hand. Dinos really doesn't have any disruption, so you have to live in fear of that pocket boss. Turbo Energize is going to get 2 Lighting Energy onto the bench to Thorns, and you're just in a good spot on either side here. Fluttermane is still keeping Thorns cut off. Probably going to be the MVP of this game. Vessel away the second Fluttermane, 2 more energy from the deck. Concealed cards puts another one in there, and then Sawdust can attach 2 energy. Fluttermane can pivot, but I mean, I wouldn't pivot out of the Fluttermane until you know you're getting a KO.
And part of me even wants to like put another Fluttermane down.
Yeah, and we saw one get discarded already.
Well, putting the damage out already.
So they're only hitting 130. So it just, I feel like I would have just Fluttermaned and chilled. I would have maybe left the Sada on there, turn attached to the Fluttermane the turn before, attach to it again this past turn, and just Hex Hurl, which also spreads damage and softens the other Thorns too. So there's definitely a lot of different lines of play. And now we're going to see Lost City, which is a detriment. And even though the judge too, that massive hand, yeah, that's a big reset here. Never punished though, apparently. Pokestop and saw it as another Fluttermane. Canceling Cologne, just being burned. They don't need it in this matchup. 2 more Thorny Boys coming down.
I so love that the counter to Thorns is 3 Mimikyu.
Mm-hmm.
They can't stop that. But it just tickles me that much. It's like, I was like, hee, this is so dumb and fun.
Pokestop gets played. Nest Ball to another moon. Hasn't used the Pokestop yet, but we're going to see it rip and torn here. Hits a gear and a catcher loses the guidance. Guidance in the bin is fine. You want it there anyways. It increases your damage output. Finds another one with the Pokegear.
Isn't there guidance?
Just goes for it. And you put 2 in your hand, taking the stretcher and the guidance. I feel like I would have rather taken something else and putting more guidance in the bin. Could play the retrieval. You only have 3 energy in there. You're only hitting 170, so playing the retrieval just doesn't get you the KO either. I feel like playing Ancient Box on live is harder than playing it in person because of the constant like needing to click and cycle through and like look through everything. Whereas if you're playing it in person, you can just reorganize your discard pile however you need to.
Well, it's like that with Gardevoir.
Make it easier. Yeah, same thing. Count your energies, repurpose them, move them around. Oh, I know. Again, every time they get a large hand, you take it away.
Seda.
Every time I come here.
No, the Lost City is great because it actually does limit how much they're going to.
Yep, they're going to lose some damage potential. I feel like what's the meme? Each time I come here, I am abused or whatever.
Yes.
I feel like that's their hand saying that into the judge and the Iono these last couple turns.
If you can get the one hit KO here, for sure.
Get it. Oh man, I don't. The stop
needs to hit well.
No, it doesn't. So you could Ultra Ball away the moon and the capsule, but that's just not enough.
But you could grab like a Walking Wake and Ultra Ball that away.
Mm-hmm. But it still only gets you 3 in the bin. Finds a Sada. Can't play it. Already supported.
Well, you can get rid of it.
Needs the Sada, gets the moon, grabs the Wake. Okay, there we go.
And this will hit 230 right there.
Yep, 230.
They are at the magic number.
So we are at capacity.
That is essentially game.
There's nobody swimming.
That is essentially game here.
Mm-hmm. Another loaded up moon on the bench. I can't two-tap these.
Yes, sadly, Petrovron can't do it. But at this point, you gotta hit Crushing Hammer heads. And Iono would be.
Yeah, double hammer Iono. And you might be able to cook. There's heads. Okay. I did not know your game, sir. But the thing is, the active doesn't get KO'd unless you take out the ancient capsule. Lost City once again.
Yeah, I don't know. They don't get in legacy energy. Okay.
Legacy energy actually is fantastic here.
But if they they lost the they lost the iron bundle for game. Oh no. You know what you do here? You get that energy back on there.
Mm-hmm.
You take the KO here no matter what. Because you're still threatening another game. Still threatening.
Only one prize though, thanks to the legacy energy. So the GGs do not happen just yet.
And then even on top of that, if they do vacuum KO, you're active. Then you just bring up the player man.
Yeah, and you 3 needs the DTE here as well to be able to attack this turn. Another heads. Okay. So they're hitting heads when it matters. Okay. Taking it off the active, they can't attack this turn.
Yeah, as soon as I saw the active go. So you have to guidance here, right? I don't think they have any energy left. No, they do have energy left in the deck, but it's on the bottom.
So you could play the PAL pad and put Sadas back.
That is true.
And then potentially take the Sadas from the guidance.
Or either one of those work.
Yeah, Vessel Stretcher.
Dang. Oops. I actually got their names mixed up. I just realized that. I was like, hey, let's give that person it. I was like, oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Everything's set. And let's check out the other matches doing still. U3 is going first, which makes sense. Savita's up 1-0 over Cash. If both games finish before 45, it'll be
That's
Amazing.
the dream. Yeah, that's
All right.
great.
I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. I think I will come back in the.
All right, I will take the wheel. All right, chat, listen up. I'm gonna cast this game full on, no brakes, all gas. U3 is gonna go first, and Callie starts with Moon and Fluttermane. Fluttermane, of course, is the choice here. It turns off the Iron Thorns. That way they can use the abilities of things like Radiant Greninja and so on and so forth. Not the greatest hand. Does get a single mulligan this time, not 47 like last game. And here we go. I'm gonna turn into a redneck for this one, and with a little bit of a draw on here. We see an energy attached to the Iron Thorns and a pass. Calydon there ripped a dark energy off the top of the deck. Put the Moon on the bench. Got that there nest ball for the Radiant Greninja. Most likely going to see that concealed cards ability to discard that there energy card and draw 2. There it is. Walking Wake and the booster capsule found here. I mean, you could play the Pokegear, but you don't have enough energy in there to like really burn a Sada. So Vessel Energy is okay. Counter Catcher is whatever. 2 Ultra Balls, Counter Catcher, and the Fluttermane. There's the Vessel, grabbing 2 more Dark. Attaching to the Moon, putting down the capsule. That way, in case U3 can't like boss attach DT attack Moon, that way it survives the turn.
Remember how I said Savita was up 1-0? It's now 1-1. 10 minutes, 2 matches.
Lightning speed with all these lightning decks in the cut. Actually, it's like lightning versus lightning, and or no, lightning versus dark, and then lightning versus darkish.
In the end, if both, it could be a Moon versus Moon match finals.
Could be. And as the Wiz Khalifa once said, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow.
You see with Deadpool and Wolverine, they made a yellow, red and yellow version of it.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Deadpool and Wolverine. Sure.
I did pick up extra Iron Thorns tonight on my way home before they inevitably spike in price after everyone hopping on it from results online and the meta share at Worlds. I mean, sure, they're only $1.50, but you know, when you're trying to play 3 card games on a budget, you buy those $1.50 cards before they turn into $5 cards. Counter Catcher, so they can't pivot. Smack them for 140. So they're 2 tapping this Thorns. I mean, ultimately, U3 could take another prize, and then Counter Catcher's still alive. But as soon as Callie takes a prize, or 2 prizes technically, since they're all 2 prizers on that side, Counter Catcher doesn't feel very good. It's kind of a dead card. They Vessel away the boss. They just have the energy here. There's the capsule, so they can just pivot and attack. Double capsules coming down. Vacuum probably eating away the capsule on the Moon. That way Thorns can take a KO this turn. I could also see getting rid of the Pokestop, but I think just taking the prize card is way more important for Thorns. Yeah, but we're just gonna see a retreat attached to the bench Thorns and do that big old Volt Cyclone there for 140 damage.
Womp womp. Now this is looking like Thorns is having a little bit of a better time.
Mm-hmm. Stretcher Finds another moon from the bin. Vessel away the Ultra Ball. Gets the last energy out of the deck. Looking for that prime catcher. Sada onto the moons. They're going to rip 3 off the top. Pokestop, booster capsule, walking wake. Spinning the stop. Gets the prime catcher and a night stretcher. Okay. We're cooking now. Prime catchers are going to switch into the other thorns. This is going to remove both lightning energy from their side of the field, but I do believe they have one more in hand. I think they added it with a vessel last turn.
We're going to see we're at the 170, and this, at least this Roaring Moon can eat a hit.
Yeah, no more vacuum to be threatened here. There's the radar eating the judge, grabbing 2 more thorns, 2 more thorny boys, spinning the stop, loses the legacy energy, finds the lotto and a hammer. Hammer's pretty big here. Hits the tails this time, unlike last game where they hit those heads. Benches thorn. And I think that lighting energy is going to come down from the hand onto the active. Another booster capsule. And then I believe moving the DTE is probably the correct call here. Again, it comes down to what cards they draw in their hand. It's easier to find a lightning than it is the DTE with the energy lotto going back. Another tails on the hammer. And just 140 damage. Capsule keeping the moon alive. We're probably just going to see Callie play Sada. Attach extra energies across the board. Oh yeah, another moon to bench.
Oh,
full moon tonight. Draws another one as well. Spins the stop. Going down the 10 cards in deck. Poking your pal pad. Pretty solid. I don't know if their boss is in the bin. Oh no, they don't play boss. They play 2 counter catchers and 1 prime. So pal pad is just for guidance and Sada here.
Yeah, they also use the iron bundle. That's another disgusting.
Hidden for 190. They really couldn't increase that without burning too many resources.
Ooh,
Penny.
They're almost to the point now, though. They're going to start one-hit KOing. You've knocked this into that puts them up to 210, and then they can Sada that's 220, and then you just have to get rid of that walking wake. That's 230.
Normal lightning energy moved, not the DTE. So they must have another DTE in hand.
Another booster capsule.
The capsules are just so clutch for both sides. Another Sada. Just attaching the single energy to the benched moon. Finds a stretcher. Would have been cool to have the stretcher before the Sada so you could grab one back, attach to it, and keep cycling attackers. Pokestop, taking it down to 3 cards in deck. Loses the bundle.
But does get that everything to get over that. And with
last 3 cards in the deck are Pokemon.
I almost wondered if you wanted to actually use the stretcher there, or the bundle. You're at the point. You're winning in 2 turns. The way they stop you. I don't know if there is a way for them to stop you now.
No, not with that penny already being gone.
You're in one-hit KO territory. They don't take a KO here unless they vacuum away that the ancient capsule, which I hate. There's a new bug you're seeing with it. It's the detached tools have like a weird resolution.
2 more capsules on the future side. Pokestop hits a hammer and 2 gears. I think that the hammer really doesn't matter at this point.
No. You need an Iono. Yeah.
And even then, like, we know what's in the deck. Pokestop will most likely hit the gear. or the rod or the retrieval or the vessel at that point.
Forest. They're funding everything but their Iono.
Just burning the canceling clone.
Oh, they had it.
They had it the entire time.
Why would you burn your gears?
So we know what they're going to draw. They're going to draw Pokemon. They're going to draw into a Pokemon for turn. Their energy and all that stuff. To find the energy is now deep into the deck, but Pokestop could potentially get them everything they need. Finds the vessel.
Is there energy still left in the deck?
There was one in hand. There was one in hand
so
before it got Iono. Yeah.
There it is.
And Callie takes it 2-0 over U3 in the top 4.
Poor Iron Thorns. It's just like maybe not. No. It's the one deck they did not want to play against. Is this being slow? I was like, it wasn't loading. Like, I'm like, is the site crashing? We've had that happen once. It was a new tournament, a new format, was all set and going, and the whole limitless site crashed.
And that would suck because Robin's at Honolulu.
Honolulu right now. I mean, technically, we know Savid or Cash. I know I can Discord either one of them. I have everyone Discord, essentially, who's in finals. I could set it up and write down the result and finish it up.
Just input it later, yeah.
Let's go see how Cash is doing. Savid, either side. Let's see. Savid. Oh, this is actually a really good ending. Let me get this up. The info is going to be out of date, but I just want to get everyone up on this game.
All right, so it's currently Savid's turn. They are flipping the script with Pheasantipity. They have quite a large amount of cards in hand. Eyeballing a Pokemon catcher here. They need to take 2 prizes. Cash has his Zapdos in the active. They flip tails on the catcher. And it comes down to a game of chicken here. If Savid wants to put a 2-prizer up, that means that potentially Cash could rip what they need and get the KO. Pokegear finds a Judge.
I don't think Judge even comes into play here.
Nope. There's only 9 cards in the deck right now either, so they're definitely looking for a boss. They just don't have it. They could concealed cards. Heavy Ball checks the prize cards. There's a boss in the prizes. We just got here in this game, so we don't quite know what is already in the discard pile, what's been played, what the counts of cards are.
Because we don't know if Cash is playing bosses yet.
All right, there is the Judge being played. Refines the Sod of the Shoes, the Moki, and the Energy. Can go ahead and concealed cards. Thin the deck back down, draw 2. Finds the catcher. Oh, this could be it here too.
Oh.
Tails again.
How many more catchers do you have left?
Trekking Shoes gets rid of an Ultra Ball, gets a Pokestop. Could play the Pokestop, but
he's out of catchers.
All the catchers are in the bin. Subjugating Chains. Brings up the Moon. Cash doesn't have any energy on his side of the field. It doesn't matter.
He needs 1 for the bear. No, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter.
The bear can attack.
Yeah, the bear's the issue.
Yeah. I think the promotion here of the Moon might have been a little premature.
I think he's rethinking now.
Yeah, you could retreat the Moon, but you're going to lose 2 of those energy cards.
He's going to take the KO. I don't think he sees the bear.
Yeah, and the bear is was a show that was on Hulu. No, I'm kidding. First 2 seasons were all right. The 3rd season kind of sucked, in my opinion.
I fell off on the 2nd season.
Yeah, well, I mean, don't bother. Don't watch the 3rd season. It's bad.
There it is.
And yeah, Cash taking it with the Blood Moon Ursaluna here, sealing the game up. We are going to the finals.
Oops, sorry, I cut you off for a second.
Ancient Box.
Yeah, Maridon versus Ancient Box. We'll have from Callie's side because I know Callie is solid with the stream. So we will get that going here in just a moment. Also means I have to only change like 1 on the thing. Here. Finals. Cash. Let's get this going. That round took a little bit longer than we thought it would.
But that was still pretty dang quick, yeah. Where I am, I haven't seen 4 a.m. in a long time.
It's been a while for me too. 4 a.m.
I'm asleep. I'm asleep like a baby.
All right.
I hope everyone's enjoyed my casting tonight. Thank you for hanging out and watching the stream. I know I got a little bit delulu towards the end here, but
we all do. Show me the caster who stays like on it the entire time and wins.
The secret is the people who would stay sane the entire time are already delulu in the first place.
Exactly. All right. Oh, gonna restart here. That's why like the regional Doom stuff is where I treat things a little bit more seriously. With this, like after a point, it's just like you're going to play it out, you're going to see it out, and you're going to do as much as you can.
Why do I feel like you were my dad right there lecturing me?
Yeah, a lot of people say
you're going to do this, you're going to like it, and you're going to shut the heck up.
Just do it. Us. When I was seeing a list from a Japanese player playing the Guru, Psychic Guru, and Team Yelchu. I have to look that up. Oh, game's going to be. I gotta look up what that card does. Psychic Orange. Oh, it uses Plotter's Command, where it's just memory skip, but does more damage.
All right, so Cash won the flip. They are making Callie go first.
I think that's the right move.
Callie has Greninja and Bundle in hand. I assume Greninja's probably the safer start, but they go for the bundle. What do I know? I'm not playing.
I mean, if you put the Greninja up there, I mean, you're gonna get. There's a possibility you get hands anyways.
Yeah. Either way, you're getting handsed.
Yeah, 13 Degrees says there's a reason they rotate casters at events. Lol, yes. This stream is coming up on 5 hours. When I do regionals of Doom, I never have anyone cast more than 2 rounds.
All right, Nest Ball checking some cards in the deck, puts the moon down, rips the stop, finds the Prime Catcher, loses a Guidance and a Dark Energy, benches the Greninja anyways, and it has to just pass. There's nothing really they can do. They could play the Pokegear, but there's not really a reason with 3 other supporters in hand. And let's see what Cash does. Cash starts with Fez, which is a little bit weak. But again, you know, all the access to all the pivots, potentially things like Prime Catcher, Switch Cart, the skateboard, or rescue board, I'm sorry.
No. It's just skateboard now. Nothing else.
All right. We've done that all night. We used the old versions. That's fine. We're old heads.
I prefer the rockets.
Mm-hmm.
Rockets are so much better.
So Arvin probably grabs a generator or a nest ball, depending on what the rest of their hand is looking like. And then for the tool card, maybe a forest seal stone or maybe the board. There's the nest ball. Nest ball is going to get the Miraidon. Then the tandem unit's going to do the things. The bench will get loaded up a little bit here. Probably going to see hands, Raichu, Raikou, Zapdos even. I mean, I feel like using Zapdos to take out bundle or Greninja is pretty valid.
I mean, if you bring Zapdos in, ooh, whiff on the generator. You start hitting 140 with Iron Hands if it's a non-DTE'd Iron Hands.
Yeah, yeah.
And that puts everything up.
Another failed generator. Oh. Second tandem unit. There's the hands. Lightning energy for turn and pass. Okay. Another Pokestop for Callie. Considering looking at all the actions here. I believe there's only one energy in the discard pile, so there's not really much of a reason to play Sada here. This could spin one. Nope. This does find a Vessel though, sends another moon and a capsule. So Vessel could get played, gets 2 energy. You could go ahead and yeet one for concealed cards, maybe draw into a ball search. Nope, finds a walking wake and another Vessel. Could play the other Vessel, thin out even more. It kind of sucks not attaching the 2 moons, but you do need your attachments here as the ancient box a little bit more so.
You could hold off Sadie in this turn and use the Explorer's Guidance. Oh.
Finds the stretcher so they can get back the other moon.
Almost a misclick there.
And attaches to the other moon, has the prime catcher. Trying to count how many cards they have in there already. Brings the hands up. I think they're just going to soften the hands here.
It makes sense.
130. Yeah.
Because this is what they're trying to power up. This is what they're trying to take 2 prizes with.
And yeah, Cash can't power it up when it's in the active spot. They have to retreat and have a switch card now, and not whiff 2 generators.
I think that is easily the turning point of this game. Is the double generator.
Yeah. Pokestop mills and Arvin and 2 energy. Oh. Not looking hot for Cash.
That's Miraidon for you. How hot do you run?
Are you Jesse Parker running? What did you finish? 8-0, 701?
8-0.
8-0. Yeah. I mean, that Miraidon run hot power. Some of y'all have it. Some of you don't.
From what I was reading on Twitter from different people, there was a lot of people did not take IDs into guaranteed day 2. They played it out because that was their best option. They lose, go play and do other things for the day. You win, you're in a position to get that top. You're not in a horrible spot. And if your opponent wins, cool, your opponent's in a position for top. You say you lost your winning into a person who maybe won top 8 or something, right?
However, one thing that they should have considered is Worlds is asymmetrical cut. So you could have potentially ID'd and then won out and then played in through a symmetrical cut.
It's a concession.
And yep, Cash scoops. We're going to game 2. We'll see who is going to go first or second here. I think there's a merit for both decks going to go second. So it just depends on what Cash is feeling here since they have the choice.
I just ate a whole bottle of ketchup. All right, I can actually check, even though they'll probably find out here in just a moment. Cash is going second, so.
Okay.
He also in the chat said just unlucky with the generators. And I mean, then on top of that, Pokestop was more energy. It's just.
Yeah, losing the Arvin, probably not having a supporter in hand.
Just not what you want it. Roaring Moon start. Definitely don't want to start that way. Or do you?
No, I think you just shove the moon.
Shove the moon.
Shove the moon.
The moon's more likely to survive a Iron Hands attack than the Wake is.
They go for the wake. Will they be punished?
Wow, that is a mulligan. I've had those kind of starting hands though with it instead of a vacuum as an actual basic. Seda. Right on start. Gotta stop. Gotta Pokestop. I mean, even if you end up with a Pokemon in the discard there, you can still stretch her. Questions, do you stretch?
No.
Do you stretch her ninja or flutter?
No. I mean, if you had an energy to where you could attach and retreat the wake and then promote the flutter main to turn off tandem unit.
Oh, that would be an amazing turn.
That could be valid. That could be very valid. I mean, there's a lot of things you have to consider. I mean, Cash has a lot of outs to Pokemon in the deck, but tandem unit is like the biggest out to filling the bench and really starting the pieces to get moving and start snowballing from there. So it's just, it's sometimes it's a double-edged sword. You can make a play like that and it could pay off, or it could also bite you in the face. I think if they had an energy in hand, I think getting the Greninja is also good too. And they could just conceal cards and find more pieces. Cash had a nest ball, so tandem unit wouldn't have made a difference being turned off anyways. We see the Squawker generating. Hits this time. We see a 1. Do we see a 2? We see just 1. Hey, that's better than missing. I will take 1 over none any day. Still 5 cards in hand. Probably going to try and play as many of them down as I can before they decide to squawk and seize. Arvin most likely going to grab a board or a stone since they have the Raikou in play and another generator. I could see either.
It's gonna be
being good choices.
Very fast game here.
They go for the stone. They've got the generator. Playing the Academy at night. Okay. Using the Academy at night, probably stacking an energy on top. If we see a hit for 2 and a turn attach, it's looking pretty good. Okay, just 1. But if they have the double turbo, the weakness is enough to KO the wake. Bravery Tremor on the Squawk attaches the stone. Squawks and seizes the vacuum away. Would have loved to see the vacuum be used later in the game to remove a capsule from a moon, but you have to use it or lose it when it comes to Squawkabilly. We're gonna go for the usage of the Forest Seal Stone using the V-Star power. I'm curious as to see what they decide to grab here. Goes for the double turbo. So if they have a switch card, and they do, we're gonna see a turn 1 amp you very much on the Walking Wake, and this is why you should have started Roaring Moon.
Just that extra 10 HP. Well, actually, technically.
Yeah. Yeah, in this case, because of the DT reducing the damage by 20. Stretcher, no Pokestop, no energy in the discard pile. Guidance really has to do some work here. There's the Fez. Okay. Fez can't get amped. Helps him get a few more
actually come up
cards.
quite a few times in quite different games. People assume Bird is lightning. Fez is not.
Nope. Weak to fighting.
What is Pheasant Deputy's type even in the...
Flying dark.
Yeah.
So it theoretically could be weak to lightning, but it's just unconventional for a dark type in the TCG to have a lightning weakness. There's the Greninja back from the Night Stretcher, attaching the energy. No, I'm sorry, discarding the energy. My brain is turning off.
That makes me wonder if we'll ever see a normal type Pheasant Deputy. We have seen a fighting type Okidogi.
Hmm. It's probably not likely when the secondary type is just normal. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Because we got a psychic type Monkey Dory. The Pheasant Deputy is still it's psychic type too. So they're giving it psychic or dark. Because again, poison. Actually, that's a little bit surprising. I'm trying to think of the math, but could Pheasant Deputy actually fit into a Gardevoir? The base of the single prize?
Mm-hmm. I've seen some play it.
Because you're doing 30 times, and if you attach, you can get 6 on there. That's what, 60, 120, 180. Okay, you know what? It's not as effective. It's the adrenaline pheromone.
But it the ability, I think, is what makes it a little bit better.
You're trying to coin flip yourself alive.
Yeah.
I like how if you really look at Pheasant Deputy's design side on pheasants, it actually looks like it's an evolution of it. Or like,
okay, so if its other typing is psychic, then I guess I'm wrong. It can't be a flying type. I never played the DLC. Don't tell anybody.
I did. I just don't remember what its typing is.
It's a poison fairy.
Okay, that makes sense why it's a psychic type.
Yeah.
The Monkey Dory is poison psychic.
Yep.
Which makes sense again, the dark.
And Noki Dogi's poison fighting.
Then it makes all sense. That's not cash though. Took that out. Took the kit, just the basic.
And Pecharunt is Poison Ghost. You learn something new every day.
It's not there with a Vengeance Fletching yet.
Two more hitting the bin. Grabbing the bundle. There's no bench space for it. Just grabs the wake. It's just better off. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't grab the bundle. Now you could actually grab the bundle and Academy at Night to the top of the deck. That way you have it next turn.
Let the 170 here.
For the 170. Yep.
They're not going to get 2 prizes off of it, but if they have a boss or anything else, you could see it. Easy.
Yeah. Yeah, if cash. Oh, there's a bundle. Okay, so we'll see what gets promoted. I assume
the Fez
or another moon.
Force them to take a 1 prize here.
Mm-hmm. Arm press for a singleton is fine. I'm curious though if Cash has other means of accelerating energy to say Miraidon or Raikou. Nope. Just goes for the arm press. Going down to 2 prize cards remaining. It's not over for Callie, but it's not looking too great. There's the capsule. That would have been nice to have a capsuled.
Because Kelly lacks the ability to disrupt, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, there's no means.
So that 7-card hand stain 7-card.
Guidance doesn't really find anything of crazy use. Gets rid of the Pekarunt. A Vessel. Another capsule on another moon. 5 cards left in deck, and 3 of the cards in their hand are ball search cards. Ultra Ball gets rid of the wake and the capsule. Can get the bundle here. The bundle can push something else back, but I think you just want the Iron Hands to get KO'd this turn. There's no reason not to. Turn attach onto the other moon, that way you have another backup attacker. They're considering the concealed cards. They have 2 cards left in deck. It's in for 230. 400 damage now on the hands for it to go down. Callie's first 2 prize cards. Find a Vitality and a Guidance here from those. So I think they could potentially come back here. Now that Cash can't take 2 with Iron Hands, there's a world where they can take 2 on Fez to seal the game here. But they have no other energy in play. They just have 1 on the Raikou V.
Which I think they're going to come fairly close to taking a KO on this Roaring Moon as it is. They need to fill up their bench a little bit more, and it looks like maybe only 1.
Their own Fez, so they can flip their own script. I think with a full bench, what is it? 100, 180 plus the base 20, and the Zapdos is 210. If Cash can bench 1 more Pokemon, attach an energy to Raikou, and then gust up the Fez, it's over. There it is. We're going to a game 3.
So as Callie, do you want to go first or do you want to go second? I feel like going second is what both players want to do.
Yeah, I think second is just so much better. Forcing Miraidon to go first. It allows them to kind of just set up a little bit. They can, squawk through their deck a little bit. It's like a pseudo supporter.
Yeah.
But there's a chance that they could brick with, say, a smaller HP Pokemon like Zapdos, or even the Squawk, and Callie can have a hot turn of getting energy in the bin with like a Pokestop and Vessel or Greninja or whatever, and then being able to Sada and just having it. It could go either way here. Callie does decide to go second.
Yes.
Starts double Flutter Mane, Guidance, Vessel, Nest Ball, Stretcher, Capsule.
You got some options here.
No donk potential, I don't think, with this hand.
No.
Cash starts Ursaluna. Not the best starter, but the high HP is nice, and the fact that it could take a free prize late in the game is okay.
Better than starting Zapdos.
Yeah, starting Zapdos could have been problematic here. But Cash has Nest Ball for Miraidon, so Tandem Unit's going to be able to find 2 more additional Lightning Pokemon from the deck and put them onto the bench. Most likely going to see things like Raikou or Raichu. Since they are going first, if they have a pivot and an energy card, they could have used Fast Charge with Raichu and then threaten an easy KO next turn. We see the Academy at night once again, being able to stack a card to the top of the deck. So most likely we're about to see a generator play here.
Get that lightning up there. There it is. You're right. Generator. At least
2 on the hands. So now Callie has to commit this booster capsule to the Flutter Mane to prevent it from being handsed. A second Nest Ball from Cash using the Squawk ability, losing a boss and an Arven by getting 6 more cards in hand gives them more potential to attach. Nope, they just pass. Callie finds a Sada. Vessel away Flutter Mane, grab 2. Nest Ball in the hand. Ultimately should be for a Moon. They could get Greninja, but again, that's a target for hands to gush down and take 2 prizes with ease from, especially even if they use like double turbo there. They do go for the Greninja. We're going to see the concealed cards. Gets another energy.
more Seda.
It's a stretcher Seda. Yeah, you got to play the guidance here. And no, find any other Pokemon, maybe the Pokestop. I think a cool thing here is probably to use the Academy at night before you play the Pokestop, and then put something that you would want to discard into the deck. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want that energy card in hand per se. Maybe you needed it in the bin to get like a second one. Now they already had 3, but hypothetically that would be a really cool play to see. Pokestop doesn't find them anything, and they got rid of the capsule. Like I said last turn during Cash's turn, I think you had to put the capsule down on the Flutter Mane. And now a DTE and a switch is going to give Cash an easy 2 prize lead. A Prime Catcher and a DTE is going to give Cash easy 2 prize lead. And Callie's going to be stuck using the Pokestop to maybe find a Nest Ball. Oh, the bundle coming down. Hyper Blower switching in the Greninja. Does Cash have switch DTE? Tandem unit. Maybe for Zapdos, maybe for Raichu. Decides just to fail.
Just check the deck.
Arven here.
It's a good way to check Arven beforehand.
Stone switch card. Yep, here's the stone onto the Raikou. Grabs the DTE, the switch card out of the Moon.
I'd hit the generator. Or technically no, you can get the DTE like you said.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Gotta make sure of that. I'm like, oh wait, no, he said it already.
And we're going to see an amp you very much for 200 damage thanks to the weakness. And yeah, it ain't looking good for Callie.
No, not at all. Is this going to be a scene tomorrow? Are we going to see Miraidon come in and become world champion?
Okay, so they find an Ultra Ball. Pokestop gets a counter catcher. Counter catcher is really good. You can bring back up that Blood Moon or Saluna and buy it some time. Night Stretcher grabs the Greninja. Access to concealed cards again. Finds another Sada and a Walking Wake. You can go ahead and discard that Walking Wake and probably a Pokegear at this point to find a Moon and play the Sada, attach to energy, draw cards.
This is one of those situations where I feel like having Big Moon might have actually come into play. Just because then you can take out some of these higher HP Pokemon much earlier.
All right, here is the Sada. Energy on both Ancients. It doesn't draw anything else too crazy here. And retreat, promote the Moon. They're hitting for 170, so they can counter catcher up the Squawk and take 2 prize cards this turn. Not having another Moon in play doesn't feel very good.
But you do have the Night Stretcher. So if you don't get disrupted.
But now the Greninja's back in play again. The Flutter Mane's there again. If Cash has Boss, that's just another 2 prizes. Eight cards in hand. Hand unit again. Checking the deck out. Maybe grabbing a Pokemon this time. They failed it last time. Grabs the second hands. Are we about to see like double generator, double energy? Single attachment on to the hands.
Boss.
And the boss.
Oh. There goes the Greninja.
And the Fez. Flipping the script. Rips the stop, loses a DTE, which is kind of huge actually here. Both bosses in the bin now though for Cash. I believe they play 3. Does find a switch card, so no matter what, Callie decides to gust up with that counter catcher next turn. If they're not able to take a prize card on something, then Cash can switch around and get out of it. They're hitting for 170 right now, so they need to get 6 more in the discard pile to be able to KO this hands. The hands is the threat. The hands needs to go down.
So you need 6. You have Earthen Vessel. There's 1. Stata, if you Stata, that's 2. Gotta hope the stop does really well for you.
Another nest ball would be great off the stop right now. Or if you mill a Moon, you can get it back with Night Stretcher.
Well, at this point, I almost think you want to just keep the Moon in the discard.
I think you want full value out of your Sada. Concealed cards. Draws another Walking Wake.
You have to Earthen Vessel the Wake away.
Pokegear for
Guidance probably gets you there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Capsule. Nest ball. Taking a Moon.
You take a Moon, then you take a... Getting close. Actually, you don't even need another Moon.
You have the Super Rod later on anyways.
Well, okay, if you take 2 prizes now, then you just take 2 prizes for the game.
Vessel doesn't get anything, but it gets more cards in the bin. Turn attach on to the other Moon. Not quite sure what they're thinking about here.
It's only as long as you don't put the fez in play.
They may be trying to thin their hand a little bit more to guarantee that like they are safe from Ino. Oh, they grabbed the fez. Okay.
Possibly for the next turn.
Yeah. It's fine in the hand right now. All right, they're gonna go down to 2 prizes left. As long as Cash.
As long as Cash doesn't have a boss and gets the Iron Hands set up.
Mm-hmm. I think Callie has it. But 15 cards in hand for Cash after they flip the script and drop return. Pokestop hits a generator.
5 energy, only 1 in play. They play a lot of energy, but how much energy is in hand?
Yeah, that's the question here. Super Rod though is going to put those back in there. All 3, and that leaves the 2 DTEs in the bin. So this generator has to hit 2. They're going to thin the deck a little bit more after filling it back up with energy cards. Ultra Ball. I feel like a lot of what they have in their hand probably is safe to discard here. They discard a boss.
You can have another boss still in hand.
I think they played boss twice already. Was that?
And if that was the toss, then that's number 3.
Prime Catcher must be in hand. If Cash threw away the boss,
Has to be Prime Catcher.
they have to have Prime Catcher in their hand. Yeah, that's 3 bosses in the bin. Radiant Greninja, concealed cards.
Or alternatively, they don't and they're trying to dig it, maybe.
There's the generator. They've done a lot of thinning. Generator hits something. 2 energy under the hands. If they have 1 in hand and Prime Catcher, it's over. There's the Prime Catcher.
Oh.
And Cash is your Tournament of Doom champion.
The man who has been trying for so long to win again. And the day that when he's busy with something else, he says, I'm going to play a dumb deck. Goes the distance. With Maridon. I mean, sometimes that's what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just play the deck and you hope for the best.
You run hot into the kitchen. You get burnt on the pots and pans, but you come away a winner.
Exactly. Really good game there. Came down with just a little bit of a slow start from Callie. I'm going to say it. My bad. Tired. It's late.
Mm-hmm.
But Cash was able to hit it, and that last generator, if that generator misses, did Cash have another one? Would you be able to? But still, very good play. Cash coming in, taking the Tournament of Doom, second one. And here it is. I did it again. With that, we're gonna call it a night. Steuben, want to give out a little self-promotion?
Of course. Thank you for having me. You guys can catch me here on Twitch. I do a lot of variety streaming. Also some Pokemon, of course. I mean, we have to. You can catch me playing anything from like Fortnite to Valheim to building Legos, Dragon Ball Super TCG, maybe some Neopets in the future. I love card games. They're a lot of fun. I've been taking a little bit of a break from Pokemon YouTube content, but I have a YouTube channel. We broke 6K subs semi recently, so come over, drop a follow. I do physical deck profiles and like pack openings and just whatever the heck I feel like doing. Follow me on X or Twitter if you like to call it that, if you're an old head. I used to run the Gust of Wind podcast. Not rest in peace. Screw you, Gazer Beam. But yeah, that's it for me. Thanks for having me. Pleasure as always.
Yep. And with that, we're gonna call it a night. There's nobody on. We're the only things on tonight. So
you could raid the restream.
I'm not even gonna do that. Everyone's already watching it. So again, thanks for everyone coming out. We'll be back next Friday, and have a good night.
Bye, everybody.